A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Joyce Blaine, the famous movie actress, tired of the glamour of being a celebrity, is hiding out in the home of the Aces. Coming out of the theater where she was making a personal appearance, she hopped in the car Jane was driving and had Jane drive her to the Aces bungalow to escape the fans who swarmed about her. The newspapers are playing up her disappearance in big headlines. So it's therefore no surprise that we look in at the Aces now and find Marge's newspaper boyfriend, Neal Williams, on hand. Listen.
Where is this gorgeous lady, Jane? What time will she make her next appearance here in your sumptuous living room?
She's lying down resting. She'll be in pretty soon.
Oh, gonna make the grand entrance, is that it?
Now, no wise facts out of you. You just sit down and try not to look so important.
But I want to see her, Marge. The papers have been so full of her. What does she really look like?
Oh, she's beautiful, Neal. She's as pretty as a fixture.
As a fixture? And probably just as ornamental. Does she really look like those pictures the papers have been running?
She does look positively stunned in those pictures that they ran.
Well, where is she, Jane? Trot her out.
Why, the boy's absolutely a dither, isn't he?
Well, after all, she is Joyce Blaine, the girl.
Hey, Neal, how does it happen you're not anxious to expose her hiding place? That would be a great scoop for you, wouldn't it?
I should say it's gonna be.
Going to be, Neal. You're not going to tell on the poor girl, are you?
Not yet, I'm not. The longer she stays hidden, and the longer that studio of hers out in Hollywood plays up her sudden disappearance, the more of a scoop I'm going to have when I do spring the story.
Oh, I see. Then you're going to let her stay hidden, is that...
On one condition, I am.
And that condition is that you get the story exclusive, I know.
Right. That's what I'm here for tonight. I'm going to have a heart-to-heart talk with Joyce. I mean, she's got to give me her word that I get the first break on this story when the time comes for her to announce she's found.
That'll be another month, she says.
A month? Is she going to stay here a whole month?
Uh-huh. Isn't it marvelous? Imagine Joyce Blaine in our house, and for a whole month.
Jane, you're going to figure prominently in my story when I break it.
Me?
Of course, you. You're the heroine of the whole yarn.
Heroine? Oh, I am not.
Sure you are. The way Marge told it to me, you are.
I simply told you that Jane happened to be driving by in the car when the Blaine girl was coming out of the stage door of the Palace
And
Theater.
she happened to hop into the car with Jane.
I know, to get rid of that flock of fans that had swarmed down on her, is that it?
Yes, and she had Jane drive her here, that's all.
That's all? How do you like that, that's all?
Well,
doesn't that make Jane the heroine of the whole story?
Heroine? Oh, I am not.
You certainly are the way I figure news stories, and I can certainly figure news stories. Of course, Joyce Blaine is the central character now. But wait till the story breaks that you were the one who brought her here and allowed her to hide here. Then you'll be the big shot, Jane, not Joyce.
Heroine? Oh, I am not. I mean, but after all, Neal, she's a movie star. I'm just
You're just the girl who befriended a tired and overworked movie actress, helped her to find the rest she was after. People will want to know all about you, Jane. They know all there is to know about Joyce Blaine. You'll be in the spotlight when this story breaks, not her.
Oh, I don't mind playing second base to Joyce Blaine. After all, she is a big movie actress.
Nevertheless, I don't like the idea of us being dragged into this, Neal. It's not...
This is no time to think of that. You are dragged into it.
Yes, I'm afraid you are. Now that she's here and appears to be going to make this her home for the next month or so.
Oh, she won't stay a month. She can't stand this humdrum existence that we lead.
Oh, she likes it. She told me so. She said this is the life. She's so happy.
Oh,
but isn't she worried about the story she's causing in the papers?
Well, she's mad because they won't let her alone.
Yeah, she really is provoked about that. So listen to her tell us, at least.
Oh, I know one thing. She's sincere about it now. How long it's going to last, I can't tell. I'm inclined to agree with Ace about that.
About what?
But she'll get tired of this sort of life pretty soon. She'll miss the crowds and the glamour.
Yeah, I think she will, too.
Well, the minute she does, she's got to let me scoop the country as to where she's been. If she doesn't promise me that, I'll break the story in tomorrow's first edition, so help me.
Now, wait a minute, you. Don't get yourself upset. You're going to talk to her, and I think you'll find she's very agreeable.
That's what I'm waiting for. How much longer do you think she'll be taking that siesta?
No, she's resting, Neal.
Oh,
yes. Yes, she is. She says she wants to rest as much as she can. She said this is the first time she's had a chance to rest since she shot her husband.
Shot her husband?
Hey, and what do you
mean she shot her husband? Is she married?
No, she's not married.
Well, but she said she shot her husband.
Yes, that's the name of a picture she made. You remember she shot her husband?
Oh, then she shot her husband.
Yes, you remember we saw it at the Colonial Theater about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember where the husband is
Yes,
jealous?
let's not go through that now, Jane.
No, let's get down to cases here. I'm getting anxious to have my talk with this glamour girl.
Oh, all right, then. I'll keep getting to what's going on.
Now, don't wake her up, Marge.
Oh, I won't. I'll be quiet, please.
Tip-top, Marge.
I'll get shot.
Oh, I hope she doesn't wake her up.
She won't, Jane. Don't worry.
But, Jane, before I forget, I want some pictures taken of you and Joyce playing in the car. I guess he doesn't want to be seen, so we'll sneak out the back tomorrow afternoon and take some pictures of you at the wheel of the car and Joyce Blaine, maybe with a thumb up, asking for a hit, you know.
Oh, that's marvelous, Neal. That's
Wait a minute. What is all this? I don't want Jane in our car and all this.
Listen, man, this is news. I just want to get the pictures ready so that when Joyce Blaine does decide to make known that she's ready to be found, I'll have pictures and everything ready to scoop the country.
Yeah, but why does Jane have to be mixed up in
Because
this?
Jane's the one who engineered the whole thing.
Oh.
He picked up Joyce Blaine in a car, brought her here, rescued her from the mob, and that's the story.
It is not a story. I can prove every word of it, Neal.
I know it, Jane. I mean, that's a news story. And I'm going to have plenty of pictures to go with it.
I wonder what I'll wear.
Oh, you'll have to wear what you wore the day you picked her up.
What? That black crepe dress with the gold kid trimming and the off-the-face antelope hat with bag and gloves to match? I should say not.
Why not? That sounds swell.
The black doesn't show up good in pictures. What is she going to be wearing?
Joyce, just what she had on the day you picked her up.
I thought so. Didn't you say I was going to be the heroine? Her with that gorgeous blue cloth dress and silver fox coat and a veil on her hat down to here? Oh,
Well,
no.
we won't argue about that now, then. And the point is... Well, Marge, what goes?
I think you, Tony, you do all your good behavior and try to act more like a gentleman than a newspaper man. I'll arrange for you to enter the lady's boudoir and talk to her.
Oh, but why not in here? If she's up, why can't you come out here and
Now that she's up, she wants to relax. She's just so tired.
Oh, she is. Either way.
Come on now, and remember.
I'll remember. Don't worry about
I'll be standing by to make sure you remember.
Oh, isn't that silly? Couldn't she come out here and talk to him?
No, dear, she couldn't.
Well, why not?
Not so loud.
Not so loud. She's up now.
Yes, but I don't want Marge and Neal to hear this.
Hear what?
Well, this afternoon, Joyce was asking me all about us.
Us? You and me?
Yes, and Marge, too. Well, I told her about Neal, how he's been going with Marge so long and everything. And she said to me, well, why don't they get married?
Are you sure she said that?
Well, one of us did. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter. You know, Marge doesn't like for you to interfere in her affairs.
Oh, she won't know about this.
Oh.
Joyce is going to make Marge jealous. She's going to act like she's falling for Neal. And that'll make Marge think she better decide to marry Neal in a hurry.
You're sure of that, huh?
Oh, yes, she'll get him by hook or ladder. Because if anybody can act like he's falling for somebody, Joyce Blaine can. Now we'll get somewhere.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, she said she'd do it for me. She said she'd do it because I've been so nice to her, letting her come here and all that. Imagine Joyce Blaine here with us, and she says it's so nice of us. It's behind me.
I wish the whole episode was behind me, a couple of years behind me. And now Neal's going to make it even tougher with that story he's going to get ready with, well, let's hope she won't promise Neal an exclusive story, and he has to break the news right away.
Oh, she will. She's going to be awfully sweet to him. You know, just to make Marge jealous. Isn't it a string? I can just picture Marge when she sees Joyce Blaine acting like this.
And you know how thankful I am to you for helping me, Mr. Williams.
Not at all. I'm not only helping you, I'm helping myself. Because the longer you stay hidden, the longer the papers will play up your disappearance, and the more of a scoop I'll have when you do show up.
You see, Joyce, you've got it all figured out.
It has me there. But I am really thankful. And, well, and just to show you two how thankful I am, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. You've been so understanding and so considerate, I just hadn't the heart to do this to you.
Do what?
Well, this afternoon, Mrs. H was telling me all about you, too.
Oh, she was, was she?
And she mentioned that she thought that you, Marge, needed a little, shooting up.
Oh, is she at that again?
I thought we told her to
Not so loud. Now, the plot was to have been for me to run to a young man away from you. Make you realize you'd better hurry up and turn for good.
She isn't the most meddlesome.
But after you've done this for me, I thought it was only fair that I warned you.
Listen, will you do something for me?
Anything.
I'd like to give Jane something to think about, something that'll keep her so busy she won't have time to go meddling into my private affairs. Would you mind, just as a favor to me, the bulk of it, would you mind trying all that on that husband of hers?
Oh, what?
Yeah, that's a swell idea. Nice work, Mom.
How about it?
How about what? What do you want me to do?
Well, how about making a play for Ace? Get in the work. I don't care. Get in everything that Hollywood taught you. I just want to teach Jane a lesson once and for all that she's not to butt into my affairs.
I can just picture it. Won't Jane be a worried soul?
If you'll only do it, will you?
I'd love to. Thanks. Oh, it's nothing, really.
Hate being lured by Joyce Blaine.
No, you just leave it to me.
It's a deal, and we're just innocent bystanders. I only want Jane to come crying to me when she sees what's going on.
You've got a lot of confidence in my ability.
I sure have, especially now that I've seen you. Those pictures in the paper today don't begin to do you half the justice.
That'll be about enough of that, young fellow.
Yeah, you see? You see how you infected me? Ace will be a kid.
Of course he will. And if this doesn't stop Jane's interfering, nothing ever will. And she's just hopeless.
Come on, let's get back out there.
Okay, you coming, Joyce?
Well, I really should make myself more alluring if I've got to go to work on Mr. Ace at once.
Come on.
Thanks a lot for this, Joyce.
Not at all.
Here we go. Light.
Let him rock.
Well, thanks very much, Miss Blaine. It's bargain then?
Right.
Well, is it all fixed up?
Oh, yes, it's all fixed up.
Oh, yes, Miss Blaine and I understand each other.
You do? Of course we do. I understand all men.
Oh, man. That's quite a large order, Miss Blaine.
You call me Joyce, won't you?
What? Well, yes, I guess
Oh,
not.
please.
Well, sure it
Then
is.
I guess we can all call you Joyce, can't we? How about Neal? I guess he can call you Joyce, too, can't he?
Oh, it's easy.
Well, I don't feel that I know Miss Blaine well enough.
Oh, he looks so bashful. I know what it is. Too something through the crowd, isn't it, Neal?
Well, of course you the crowd. Now, Jane, suppose you run along somewhere.
All right, then Neal won't be so bad. Me? I'm not the crowd. Now, wait a minute. This isn't working out right.
Well, it looks as if Jane's in for a tough few weeks, especially when Joyce Blaine turns her lure on full force. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the fall semester is definitely upon us. And our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has more or less settled down to her accustomed routine.
Yes, and like many of my fellow teachers, I'm a firm believer in the old adage, early to bed. Only I've switched it a little. I believe that early to bed, early to rise, makes a gal sleepy, poor, and bored. So whenever possible, I try to get some male faculty member at Madison to take me out for an evening. Any male faculty member will do, as long as he teaches biology and is named Philip Boynton. Last Thursday at breakfast, my landlady asked for a blow-by-blow.
Weren't you supposed to have a date with Mr. Boynton last night, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis, I was supposed to, but he couldn't make it.
But, Connie, I thought that twice a week you and Mr. Boynton... Well, I thought that last night was your night to howl.
I did howl, but he still wouldn't take me out. Mrs. Davis, I'm competing with a new and dangerous interest.
You mean Mr. Boynton got another batch of guinea pigs?
No, he's joined the volunteer fire department. And unlike the old-fashioned kind, this group insists on practically the same tests as regular firemen. They practice at least twice a week. Well, it was nice to have almost known them.
But, Connie, you can't give up that easily. Even if Mr. Boynton is so interested in firefighting that he's joined the volunteers, there is still a way you can see him.
Start a fire?
Certainly not. You've simply got to get interested in the same thing that interests him. There's nothing like throwing yourself into a man's work.
I wonder how he'd like me, rare or well done.
I'm serious, Connie. You've got to help him with his practice. What's Mr. Boynton's current assignment?
The High Ladder Rescue. He gets his test in a few days. It consists of lugging a sack of meal down a ladder.
I've got it. This is your big chance. Surely he'd prefer you to a sack of meal.
As far as Mr. Boynton's concerned, it's probably optional. wait a minute. There is a way I can help out. He hasn't got a house to put his ladder up against. Now, if I could find one for him...
You're both welcome to this house, Connie.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mrs. Davis, but where would you live? Oh, This is only a one-story house. He's got a pretty high ladder.
Then, how about your principal's home? The Conklins have a 2-story house.
Say, that's right. But Mr. Conklin would never let us use it. He'd be afraid the paint would be scratched or something.
Then use it without his knowing it. Wait until he goes out for the evening.
But suppose he doesn't go out?
Connie, who's coming to drive you to school this morning?
Walter Denton.
And who's Walter's girlfriend?
Harriet Conklin.
And who better than Walter would know how to get rid of Mr. Conklin for an evening?
Hand me my hatchet and grease up the pole. Here goes Connie Brooks' girl, Hotfoot. You certainly take good care of this car, Walter. Even the windows look spotless.
They should. I took all the glass out. But you said when you first came aboard that there's something you want to ask me. What is it, Miss Brooks?
Well, first of all, you're still going with Harriet Conklin, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still trying to, but I haven't seen much of Harriet this week. Old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin, made her stay home every night. And worse than that, he stays home with her.
Well, Walter, I'll come right to the point. We've got to get him out of the house tonight, if only for a few hours.
Why tonight?
Because Mr. Boynton's got to practice ladder rescue. If you ask me what ladder he's going to rescue, I'll slug you. You see, Mr. Boynton's joined the volunteer fire department.
Oh, I know. So have I. I've been practicing for those tests, too.
But your folks don't have a 2-story house.
That's all right. I don't have a ladder either. Mr. Boynton said I could borrow his as soon as he finds a place to practice.
Oh, good. Now, if we can get Mr. Conklin out of the house tonight, we can use his place.
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, we'd have a much better chance of getting him out of the house 3 days from now.
What happens 3 days from now?
Well, that's 1 day after his 10-day free trial period on a new television set expires. And it's also 1 day before his 10-day free trial on the next set begins.
He just orders sets on trial?
Sure.
Well, at that rate, he can keep getting free television till the whole thing blows over.
You see, that's what's so tough about tonight. Plus, which, if he thought somebody wanted him to go out, he'd be doubly sure to stay home. He's like a child that way. You know, perverse.
You're right, Walter. Say, wait a minute. That gives me an idea. Maybe we can use child psychology on him. What happens when you tell a kid he must eat his spinach?
Would you mind using another vegetable?
Now, don't you see, Walter? Some people just naturally resent suggestion.
I get it. If you say Mr. Conklin is sick, he'll say he's well. Or if you insist he ought to stay home, he'll want to go out. Miss Brooks, you've got something.
Thanks, Walter. And when you find out what it is, be sure and let Mr. Boynton in.
How many times must I tell you, Harriet, that the principal's office is not the place to discuss personal matters?
But, Daddy, I just want to know if Walter Denton can come over to our house tonight.
And the answer, as it has been for the past 2 weeks, is no.
Daddy, you're frustrating me. Don't you see how deeply I care for Walter? Don't you realize that someday we're going to be married?
Married?
It's no use arguing, Father. Mother's often told me that when she had her mind made up to marry you, nothing could change it.
Not even me. But, Harriet, this is a school, not a Lonesome Hearts Club. I don't want you seeing Denton, and that's final. Now get ready for your first class.
All right, Daddy, I'll go. But remember this. Nothing or nobody can keep Walter and me apart indefinitely. Love will find a way for us as it has for others. Even if we have to elope, we'll someday, somehow...
Good morning, Harriet.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Harriet.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Walter Denton. Miss Brooks, I'd like to put a question to you as a woman.
1 minute, I'll get in the mood. All right, what's the question, Mr. Conklin?
What can a girl possibly see in Walter Denton
Well, that's hard to say, Mr. Conklin. Different people see different things in each one of us. For instance, I'm sure that certain girls can see as much in Walter as certain men see in me.
Well, that's a relief. Now then, what did you want to see me about, Miss Brooks?
I just wanted to know if I could stop by your house tonight. I'd like to discuss a few changes in curriculum.
Why, yes, I suppose you can see me tonight.
Of course, it doesn't have to be tonight. I know you're home practically every night.
That's true. When I get home after a day's work, I like to stay put.
My grandmother was the same way. Wild horses couldn't get her out of the house once she started nudging 70.
I'm sure that my reasons for staying at home differ greatly from those of your grandmother. I have my books, my family, and other cultural pursuits.
Oh, I know. Who do you like in the wrestling match tonight?
Well, I think Tiger Schlepkovich will fracture the devil man.
Me too. Isn't television a great boon?
Yes, it is.
Especially to those who don't get around much anymore.
Miss Brooks,
I don't blame people of advancing years for staying home evenings. After all, it's nice to be within easy reach of your favorite chair, your pipe and slippers, your doctor's phone number.
My doctor. Miss Brooks, the reasons I have for staying at home have nothing to do with the advancing years or ill health. I can do anything today that I could do 10 years ago. I could go out every night of the week if I wanted to.
I must admire your spirit, sir, but after all, I'm sure that wouldn't be necessary. Not as far as your wife is concerned. Although almost any woman would get just the tiniest bit envious if she heard that a young principal like Jason Brill takes his wife dancing twice a week.
Jason Brill? Dancing?
Only last Friday evening I saw him at the Silver Slipper Cafe.
The Silver Slipper? Did he say anything about me?
Why, yes, come to think of it, he did. I think he said, "How's old stick-in-the-mud Osgood?"
What? Why, that... You... Hello!
Well, you don't have to bite my head off, dear.
Don't dare me, you old... Oh, it's you, darling. Hello.
I forgot to mention it before you left this morning, but this is my thorough cleaning day, and you will have to pick up some things for dinner tonight.
All right, Martha. Just a second. Why should we have to do any shopping today? We're going out to dinner.
What did you say, dear?
I said we're going out to dinner.
Osgood, I think we have a bad connection.
What's bad about it? I can hear you perfectly.
I know, dear, but for a moment there, I thought you said we were going out to dinner.
That's exactly what I did say.
But isn't it a little early to be celebrating? Our anniversary isn't until June.
Martha, we're going out to dinner, and then we're going to the Silver Slipper to dance. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Osgood.
Too old to go dancing, am I? Miss Brooks, what was it Jason Brill called me again?
I can't be sure, but I think it was, "Let's live a little Osgood."
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Reader's Digest reports the results of one of the most extensive experiments in dentifrice history. Yes, Reader's Digest reports the very same research which proves brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. And here are additional important facts. Over a 2-year period, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgates as directed. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. And you should know that Colgate Dental Cream, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research reported in July Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, lunch period and I arrived at the school cafeteria at the same time. And by an unusual daily coincidence, I found myself sitting opposite Mr. Boynton. I was so pleased at the way I'd secured a place for him to practice for his firefighting test that I could hardly wait to tell him about it, so I didn't. Mr. Boynton, I found a place for you to practice your ladder rescue.
My ladder rescue? That's wonderful, Miss Brooks, but I didn't know you were so interested in the VFL.
VFL?
Volunteer Fire Laddies.
Oh, but I am, Mr. Boynton. I think putting out fires is wonderful. So much better than just letting them go on. But aren't you going to ask me whose home we're honoring with your ladder tonight?
Oh, yes, whose?
The Conklins.
The Conklins? Oh, Miss Brooks, you know how Mr. Conklin stands on extracurricular activities. Even though I feel it's my civic duty to participate, Mr. Conklin would never...
Mr. Conklin isn't going to know about it. He and Mrs. Conklin are going out for the evening. You see, Mr. Boynton, I'd like to assist you tonight.
Well, what can you do, Miss Brooks?
Well, there's no law that says you have to carry a sack of meal down the ladder, is there?
Certainly not. I could carry a sack of flour. A sack of potatoes, or an old mattress, or a barrel.
You're getting warmer. Look, Mr. Boynton, I know how important this test is to you, and I want to help you.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I can carry the sack down by myself.
This boy isn't paying attention. Mr. Boynton, what I had in mind was something more practical for you to rehearse with.
Like what?
Like me. You could carry me down the ladder. After all, I don't weigh any more than a sack of meal.
Well, that's true, and both your general shapes are...
I'll make the... I'm sure it would work out fine, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I don't know. It's pretty risky. After all, there's a big difference between having a sack of meal over my shoulder and having you over my shoulder. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I know there's a difference.
If, as, and when you find out what that difference is, you're going to be one surprised fire laddie.
Certainly nice of Harriet Conklin to let me use her room for this ladder practice, but I hope her folks don't come home.
Oh, they won't. Mr. Conklin's swooping it up tonight. Probably painting the town gray. Besides, Walter Denton will be practicing with us.
We are well chaperoned.
Darn
Thank
it.
goodness.
If you're going to pass your test, Mr. Boynton, we'd better start. Looks pretty far down to the ground from here.
Oh, it's only 2 stories. Now, I'll be very careful how I hold you.
That's for sure.
Now, we'll use the fireman's carry. First, put both your arms over my left shoulder. No, let's see. Put your left arm over my right shoulder while I put my right arm under your left one and place my left leg on the second rung of the ladder. Now, your right leg goes to the right of mine over the windowsill, and Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Did you notice what happened to my left arm?
It's right here, Mr. Boynton. But I think there's something slightly wrong with the directions you've been giving me.
Why?
I'm carrying you.
Sorry, I should know that fireman's carry by now. All I have to do is get you over my right shoulder. Here we go. Yep.
Oh, come now.
Are you all right, Miss Brooks?
Perfect, Mr. Boynton. You've got a very soft shoulder.
Now hang on tight.
It's more important that you hang on tight.
Here we go. Hey, pretty creaky ladder.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Just a few more rungs. Now we'll set you right down on good old terra firma. There.
Thank you for a very pleasant trip.
Good for you, Mr. Boynton. That was a perfect carry. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
I'd do it again in a minute.
So would I.
So long, Walter.
Just a second. I've got to climb up to Harriet's room and practice getting some more valuables down to safety.
Where is Harriet, Walter?
Well, when Mr. Boynton and I take our test, they're going to simulate actual fire conditions. So Harriet went to borrow a smudge pot.
A smudge pot? Where are you going to take this test? In an orange grove?
Oh, that's just to make a lot of smoke. so we get the feeling that we're really saving somebody.
Oh.
Well, I'll see you in a few minutes, folks.
Well, don't carry too much down this trip, Walter. You've got the driveway loaded with bric-a-brac now.
Okay.
Well, Miss Brooks, it's quite a nice evening, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Especially for this kind of work.
If you don't mind a third opinion, I think it's a perfect night for this kind of work.
Why, it's a policeman. Hello, officer.
Yes, hello, officer. I suppose you'd like an explanation as to what we're doing here.
Take your time. I've already made a wild guess.
What do you mean?
The evidence is all around you. Now, let's not waste each other's time. Where's the getaway car?
Getaway car? Oh, officer, you don't think we're common, ordinary thieves, do you?
On the contrary, I think you're extraordinary. You know, it isn't everyone who'd put a ladder up in a driveway right off the street at 9 o'clock at night.
But, obviously, you don't understand. I'm a teacher at Madison High School.
I'm a teacher at Madison High, too.
Poverty is no excuse. Do you know whose home this is you've been looting?
But, officer, we haven't been looting.
Hello. Here I come, and I'm loaded.
Another Confederate with a lamp and a vase under his arm.
That happens to be Walter Denton, and he's a student of ours.
He's learned his lessons well. Here, let me give you a hand, son.
Thanks very much. Oh, that was a cinch. I just... Oops, it's the law.
What are you acting so guilty about, Walter?
Yes, Walter. Whatever you do, don't act guilty.
Of course not. Just brazen it out. Oh, what am I saying?
Now, come along with me, all of you. I'm taking you down to the station.
But, officer, you've got to listen.
Good evening, officer. Hi, folks. Look what I got.
Another one. Where have you been? Working the other side of the house?
Straighten him out, Harriet. He thinks we're a bunch of crooks. Crooks? But I live here, officer. I'm Harriet Conklin, and these are my friends. I just went down the block to borrow this smudge pot.
Smudge pot? And what are you going to do with that?
I'm going to put it in my bedroom.
If that doesn't answer your question, you're a disgrace to your uniform.
Don't you see, officer? Mr. Boynton here and my boyfriend Walter have joined the volunteer fire department, and they're just practicing for their ladder test. The smudge pot is just to make it seem more realistic. Well, look. Here's my key ring with my name and address and the key to the front door. Doesn't that convince you that I live here?
Well, I could have been mistaken, I guess. I beg your pardon, folks.
Oh, that's okay, officer.
Anybody can make a mistake. Good night, officer.
Not so fast. I suggest that you be a little more careful about who you go around calling crooks.
What?
You heard me. And if it happens again, I'll have you back pounding a beat.
But I am pounding a beat.
Well, then, I'll see that you get a dirty badge.
Well, Martha, we're almost home. I only hope we're in time.
But, Osgood, driving home in the middle of the evening like this, I think your suspicions are fantastic. Just because we find out the Silver Slipper's been closed for a month, why should you get the wild idea that Walter and Harriet are eloping?
It came to me in a flash. Only this morning, Harriet threatened to run away with that lame-brained dunce. Then Miss Brooks came to my office with that cock and bull story about seeing Jason Brill at the Silver Slipper last week.
But, Osgood...
Miss Brooks instigated the whole plot to get me out of the house tonight.
But, Osgood, that's absurd. You might just as well say that Miss Brooks was going to elope with Walter.
Believe me, they deserve each other. Well, here we are. Look!
What?
There's a ladder up against Harriet's window. They're climbing down right now. Come on! Stand right where you are!
Mr. Conklin, what are you doing home so early?
Never mind that. What are you two up to?
Watch out down there.
Why, that's Mr. Boynton coming down the ladder, but what's that he's got over his shoulder?
Looks like a sack of meal to me.
If that's who I think it is, I might as well be.
Yeah, here we are. Mr. Conklin, you're home.
Yes, I'm home. And not a minute too soon from the looks of things.
Now, there's no reason to get excited, Mr. Conklin. We'd have told you all about it sooner or later.
Now, that's extremely decent of you.
How could you do
this Walter.
Why not? He's had plenty of practice.
We know why Denton's here, but you, Boynton, how did you get into this?
He just answered a call for volunteers.
Volunteers?
Well, sure. And it was the same thing with Walter. Yeah, it looks a lot more dangerous than it is. After all, it isn't like I haven't tried it before.
You've tried it before?
Many times. But you're so young.
You're never too young to start.
Boynton, you amaze me. And so do you, Miss Brooks. I know you're extremely fond of Mr. Boynton, but just what did you mean by that remark about volunteers?
Well, it's fairly obvious. I just meant that Mr. Boynton will only be called upon in an emergency.
An emergency?
Certainly. Supposing the regular department is busy, somebody's got to put out the fire.
I don't understand a bit of this. What are these things doing in the driveway?
It isn't enough that you were all going to elope. You were taking my furniture along to set up housekeeping.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin, we weren't eloping. Mr. Boynton and I were just practicing for our volunteer fireman's test.
A likely story. What does the fire department need volunteers for? There aren't enough fires in this town to keep a seltzer bottle busy.
Oh, I don't know, Osgood. It never hurts to be prepared.
Of course not. Now, take that smoke that's coming from Harriet's window, for instance.
Smoke? Martha! It's smoke! Our house is on fire!
Please, Daddy, don't get so excited.
Quiet, Harriet. A man's got a right to get excited when his house is on fire. Fortunately, Mr. Boynton is here to put it right out.
But that smoke's being caused by...
Never mind the cause. You're the cure. Up you go, Mr. Boynton. We'll show Mr. Conklin how lucky he is that we happen to be in the vicinity tonight.
Oh, I get it. Here I go, folks. I'll put out that blaze.
Don't you think we should call the regular department?
No, not with Chief Boynton on the job. Go to it, Chief.
I'm right behind you, Chief.
Miss Brooks, why are you climbing the ladder?
Because Mr. Boynton only knows one way to get down. Where is he going to find a sack of meal in a burning building?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K-Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin was so relieved when his house didn't burn down that he let Mr. Boynton, Walter, and myself go scot-free. It was still early, so I suggested, after we dropped Walter off, that Mr. Boynton could get a little more experience by climbing up to the roof of Mrs. Davis's house. Much to my surprise, he agreed.
Now, about this fireman's carry, Miss Brooks...
Let me help, Mr. Boynton. First, I put my right arm over your left shoulder, then my left arm around your right shoulder. Now, I join my hands behind your neck. Now, hold me tight, Mr. Boynton. Tighter. A little tighter, please. There, that's fine.
Yes, that does seem about right. But, Miss Brooks, where's the ladder?
Ladder? Don't be silly. I kicked that away long ago.
Miss Brooks Show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight, O'Connor?
Fine, Red. Well, rather, I see you were at the racetrack.
That's right. How did you know, though?
Simple, you're not wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
Didn't you win anything at all, Red?
Now, you see, I didn't want to leave that in because I knew it wouldn't get a laugh. I wanted to tell a joke about the tree surgeons that fell out of his patients. Well, yeah, we went out to Santa Anita, though, and everybody was so anxious to bet out there the last day, if you stood still for 1 minute, a line formed in back of you. Put that with a shirt gag.
What should we talk about tonight?
Oh, I don't know. We got to kill time, though, for a few minutes. Too early for the next commercial. Hey, I got a letter last week from a lady, see, and she says, I wish you'd take it easy on that. Blew my little boy out of bed 3 times. Hey, last week Anita Ellis went down to Mobile, Alabama. Let's talk about that, huh?
Okay, why'd she go down there?
Well, she picked up a hitchhiker, and she took him out to the city limits, see, but you know the Chamber of Commerce.
You mean?
Yeah, by the time she came to the sign that said Los Angeles city limits, she was in Alabama.
Oh, now, Red, you don't expect me to believe that.
Well, why not? The western boundary is Midway Island.
Well, how about the South Los Angeles boundary? Where's that?
I'm not sure, but their city councilman is a penguin. Well, let's get back to Anita. Say, I think it was nice of you to go down to the airport and meet her.
Oh, I think you were the one that was nice, Red. You brought Anita that big bouquet of flowers.
Oh, you were nicer than me, Rod.
No, you were, Red.
Wait till you get the bill for the flowers.
Well, just think. Our little Anita going back to Mobile, Alabama to be queen of the Azalea Festival.
Yeah.
Hi, y'all.
Well, Mrs. Claghorn. Welcome home. Pull up a candy jam and sit down. Tell us about your trip, eh?
Oh, I sure wish you could have been along with me, Red. It was so much fun, they gave me the keys of the city.
How do you like that? When I was stationed in Camp Seibert, Alabama, they locked everything up.
Well, Anita, what exactly is an azalea?
It's soup.
Yes, Red, they're something like rhododendrons, except they have funnel-shaped corollas and deciduous leaves.
Mm-hmm. Right, soup, I told you. Well, let's get back to the English stuff now. Say, how'd you like the folks down there, Anita?
Oh, they were wonderful.
Really?
There's nothing like that southern hospitality.
Yeah.
The fields of cotton, southern fried chicken, candy jam.
Yeah, and then after dinner you can go out and bowl a few weevils. Of course, you need a weevil bowl to do it.
Say, on your way back from Mobile, didn't you stop off in Dallas for one personal appearance?
Yes, Rod, and when those Texans heard that I sang on the Red Skelton program in Hollywood, you should have heard them cheer.
Really?
Because you were still in California.
Yeah. Well, I guess they didn't know I got a 10-gallon hat with a secret compartment for my head.
Oh, Red, it was really nice of you and Rod to meet me at the airport,
Really?
but I'm afraid it put you out.
Oh, that's okay. They put us out, but we crawled back over the fence again. Mother wore tight. Isn't that beautiful? Anita Ellis sings Bless You.
Bless you for being an angel. Just when it seemed that heaven was not for me. Bless you for building a new dream. Just when my old dream crumbles so helplessly. In that vine-covered chapel on the hill, your face was a hymn that lingered still. Oh, bless you, my darling, my angel. Heaven is mine, and life is divine with you. In that vine-covered chapel on the hill, your face was a hymn
Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. Let's not go nuts, old man. Page 1, keep your cab out of my territory. Well, here I am. Do-do-dee-doo-doo. Mother wore ties. I'm glad we know Mother wore tights. Now we knew that Father wore the pants. Yes, sir, here I am, the old singing cab driver. Ain't much profit in driving a cab, though. I'm losing too many of my passengers on account of my picture on the driver's permit. It's hanging over the meter, you know. And the people are always asking me, what's that monstrosity? And when I turn around to answer them, for some reason, they jump out of my cab. Well, here's the Gracie Spoon Cafe. I think I'll go in and get me a cup of coffee here. Maybe Poodle Tanifus in there.
Howdy, Clam.
Well, howdy doody to you, too. I'll have a cup of coffee.
Coffee is all you ever order.
Yeah, I drink about 150 cups a day.
Well, doesn't it keep you awake?
It helps.
Here's your coffee.
Thank you.
Tell me, Clem, do you like driving a cab?
Yeah, except when the passengers yell at me to go faster. They don't seem to realize I'm pedaling as fast as I can. I had 2 accidents today.
Yet your cab sure is banged up.
Oh, I don't know. I think it looks nice with all 4 fenders in the glove compartment there.
Well, you ought to watch out where you're going.
Well, I try to, but when there's a strong wind, I can't see where I'm going. My ears keep blowing over my eyes.
Now, Clem, why don't you wear your ears in a nut sweep like they used to?
'Cause they're naturally curly, and I like them over my shoulder.
Have you been having much trouble with the rival cabs moving in on your territory?
I sure have. Every time I turn around there, I find another cab parked in my zone, you know.
Well, you be careful and don't get hurt in one of them there fights.
I can take care of myself. At the state fair, I won the boxing championship of my division.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but when they found out I wasn't a Cub Scout, they disqualified me.
Well, here's the bill for your coffee, and it's 15 cents, please.
15 cents? And no floor show? Infatuation is really here, isn't it? Inflation is here. Well, I'm a moron. I don't know what it says.
Clem, are you cheap?
No, just mark down a little, Zol. Look at that.
Oh, hello, boys.
Well, gee, Horsefat. There's one of them new cabs cruising in my territory. I'll fix that black and white paint job for him. I'll crumble up his fenders so bad he'll be able to pull them up and down like a Venetian blind. Fix that guy.
Oh, Clem, come back here. That ain't a taxi. That's a police car.
I think they turned up this street here. Yep, there it is. Now I'm going to sideswipe them a couple of times. Now I'll get the other side, like to be neat, you know. Here, now that'll learn them.
Hey, you! Pull over to the curb!
You pull over! Uh-oh, my bumper's caught on his bumper.
Get out of that cab.
Well, you just make me. Well, you could at least open the door.
Take it easy, Sarge. You're bending over. Are you hurt?
I don't think so.
Then why are you doubled over?
My belt broke, and it's the only way I can keep my pants on.
Get his license number.
Well, what kind of a cab driver are you anyway, carrying guns? What, are you afraid somebody's going to try to ride for nothing? I handle straight lines pretty well, too, don't I?
Are you nuts?
Well, do I look like a nut to you?
You sure do.
Then you must be a squirrel. Well, that was a good one. Listen to pedestrians applaud.
Hey, let's see your driver's license, 40.
Yo, he wouldn't give me one. You see, I'm nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
Yep.
Then how do you know when you've gone through a red light?
Just wait until the ambulance pulls up.
What's your name?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Look, Stuckle Bray.
This ain't a cab.
No? Next thing I suppose you'll be telling me it's a police car and you're officers of the law.
That's right.
I knew I was too smart and own good. What is this? The Polish Cab Company. Polish, P-O-L... Well, this is a terrible mistake. You'll please accept my apology.
Grab that goon. Go on.
Here now.
Come on, you. You know the taxpayers ain't gonna like what you just done. In fact, the taxpayers who don't pay the taxes ain't gonna like it either.
You don't have a license. Do you have any insurance?
Yes, sir. The Lloyds of London have me completely covered against ever becoming conscious.
Our front axle is busted.
Well, it's too bad.
All right, get in that cab. We're going down to police
I'll
headquarters.
tell you what, due to the fact it was my fault, I'll let you ride for nothing.
This ain't a pleasure trip, Pigface.
Oh, no?
Yeah, we're running you in.
Well, then you're going to have to run pretty fast to catch me, brother.
Oh! Get the gun and throw a stay in it.
I'd like to throw a hook of lead.
Oh!
The way that bullet just passed me, I just passed it. Well, I guess I'm out of sight now. Well, I better keep running. There's still people here, too. Well, I wonder if they're still following me. I'll hide out in this old shack here a few days. You'll never think to look for me in there. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone here. Am I trespassing?
Well, we don't know yet. Come in and get warm. You look cold.
Oh, thank you.
Just sit there by the fire a bit and thaw out.
Yeah. Mighty neighborly of you. My name's Clem Cadiddlehopper.
I'm glad to know you. I'm Admiral Byrd.
And his orchestra playing 20.
Pick up my cap, please.
He was home trying to sing that with the music as we were playing it. He probably blew out 3 tonsils, you know. Page 2 of Trespassing is entitled The Shortcut.
Junior! Oh, Junior!
The call of the wild. She had a smile in her voice, maybe a safe to answer. Here I am!
Well,
Yes.
what happened to your front suit?
I misplaced it.
Misplaced it?
Yeah, I placed it in front of the widow kid's fist down the street, and he didn't miss.
I thought I told you to stop fighting.
Well, I did, but he didn't.
I knew we were in for it the day you were born. That stork that delivered you had a black eye.
Oh. Do tell. Hey, by the way, you through ironing?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
How did the iron get all scratched up?
Well, I was hungry, so I tried to find myself an egg.
How could an egg scratch the iron?
The chicken resisted.
I'm going to have to thank you.
No. I don't want to put you out, you know, kiddo.
Turn around. Oh, good heavens. Look in your hip pocket. What are you doing with my scissors?
I was trying to hide them.
Junior, have you been cutting the fur off the cat again?
Me? No. Don't you think he looks nice with that butch haircut, though? Hey, I was out in the backyard cutting me some mushrooms to eat.
Those aren't mushrooms. Those are toadstools, and they're poisonous.
They poisonous?
Yes.
So that's what them widow toads was trying to tell me.
Oh, if you don't stop acting so dumb. Come here.
Yep.
Now, I've told you before about eating things that you find.
No.
I'll just have to spank you.
No, now you spanked me for that once before, and you can't punish a man twice for the same crime, you know.
Who told you that?
I'm not telling you, kiddo, but I don't listen to Mr. District Attorney for nothing.
Oh, no?
Yep.
Well, we'll see about that. Where's my hairbrush?
Oh, no.
Well, don't stand there. Help me find it.
Okay, I'll help you find it. You dreamer, you.
Junior.
Okay. I look for the hairbrush. I look high, look low, under the book, in the closet, in the attic, but not in the ashes of the incinerator, because that's where it is.
Oh, you burned it?
Yep.
Well, I still have the palm of my hand.
Oh, you help me. You broke me, widow.
Broke your what?
I don't know. I know, doctor.
Oh, why can't you be a good little lamb?
Well, I is sort of a black sheep. You know what? I'm going to be good. From now on, I'm going to be like a little Boy Scout, you know. I'm going to help people across the street, run errands for nothing, tip me hat and say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Thank you.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, it would. Boy, with a reputation like that, I could get away with murder. Hey, where's Grandpa?
He's out.
In bed, huh?
I sent him to the store to get a load of groceries.
I can see him bringing home a load, but I'll bet me last yo-yo it won't be groceries. Boy, he ain't been out his knees since repeal, you know.
Now, for the last time, your grandfather does not drink.
Oh, no? Then how come last night when he came home, he says, look at me, I need a light bulb. And then he tried to hide in the socket.
I'm shocked.
What do you think he was? Hey, Grandma, can you have your cookie?
When you come back.
What?
I want you to go down to the store and see what's keeping your grandfather.
Okay, can you have a nickel, your friend?
Here's a penny.
A penny? Well, thanks, Sporty.
Well, now, what's wrong with a penny?
Nothing, except nowadays a penny they'll only let you walk into a store, pinch the bubble gum twice, and walk out.
Well, then here's a dime.
No,
Was that you?
That widow old thing, I don't want it.
All right, here's a coin that's bigger.
Oh.
Here's a nickel.
Well, that's right. Mark bought me 5 cents.
I'll get the coat out of the closet.
Okay.
There now.
Put me on my
Stand on the table so I can button your coat.
Yeah.
Oh, my little boys are so much trouble.
Do you wish I could bring a little girl?
Well, there's a saying that little girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice.
Yeah? What I made out of?
I don't know the recipe for a Mickey pin.
I'm ready to go.
Well, I'll help you down.
Okay.
Get on your bicycle and go and see about your grandpa.
Okay, I'll go think about it.
Hurry back.
Okay.
And don't bite anybody you don't know.
Oh. Now, let's see. I think I'll go to the store a new way today because there are too many people laying for me the old way. Gee, I kind of lost. I don't know which way to go. I ride my bicycle up this alley. Maybe it's a shortcut to the grocery. Oh, good heavens! Here comes the squad! Yeah, give me! Well, either I'm longer or my bicycle's shorter.
Are you all right, little boy?
Oh, I hope he don't smell liquids on my breath.
Are you all right? Speak to me. Speak to me. Speak to me.
Yeah. Why don't you watch where I'm going?
Why don't you?
Well, I have to ride my bicycle backwards. I'm from Wyoming, and I can't face these California drivers.
Are you all right? No bones broken.
You carry any insurance?
No, I don't.
No bones broken.
Hey, you're pretty smart for such a little boy.
Yeah.
You should go home.
I can't. I lost.
Look, don't you have any identification on you?
Yes, I got your old dog tag, a widow dog tag.
Fine.
There you
go. Yes. To whom it may concern, this is Junior. If he is ever lost, the finder will receive $50 reward for not telling anybody about it. Now, that can't be right.
Yes, again. I know where I live, on Soderstorm Street.
Well, that's the next street over.
You tell.
Yes, now, here's my name and address in case you're hurt. Now, you take it easy and stay out of traffic.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, mister. You was a nice old fellow, wasn't he, huh? Well, I gotta get going now. Let's see, I better hurry up now. Maybe I'll take a shortcut through this yard here. Let's see, open this big gate now. Wonder what that sign says. V-E-W-A-R-E-O-F-D-O-G. Dog. Dog. That last word's dog. Maybe the first part's his name. Yeah. Oh, wonder where the doggy is. Maybe he's a thief. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, boy, what a big dog. Whoa, what a cold nose he's got, too. I wonder what would happen if I put my fingers between his jaws. I asked the little boy next door to do that once, and now he don't bite his fingernails anymore. I better stop thinking of such things, or I'll scare me little self, and I don't have Grandma here to bless me little heart. Uh-oh, he's waking up. Here. He's grinning at me. Oh, boy, I wish I was on juvenile jury, then I would know what kind of dog he is. Here, now take it easy, dog. Don't bite me. Don't you bite me now. I ain't had me this temper shot, and you get sick now. Now, please, Mr. Dog, don't bite me. Get you nose away from mine. Grandma, dog, come and get me, Grandma. Grandma, you can bring your hair right, too. Don't look at me like that, doggy. Grandma. Maybe I could run and meet him through the gate. Get away now, get away. I got myself out all right, but me little fancy. Get away, get your big fangs out of me snuggies, will you? Stop pulling, stop. Oh. I'll never be able to show me face around here again.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Let Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malding. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello.
Hey, Abbott!
Costello, here I am. What are you so excited about?
What am I excited about?
Yeah.
Two motorcycle cops just chased me up Sunset Boulevard.
What?
Boulevard.
What for?
What for?
Yeah.
Just because I had the green light with me for 6 blocks.
Well, wait a minute. Now, look. If you had the green light with you, why were the cops chasing you?
I had it in the back seat of my car.
You and your whole family are always in trouble with the law.
I guess you're right, Abbott. No, I guess you're right. Yes, indeed. During the last war, my brother Pat got arrested because he forgot to register for the draft.
He forgot to register.
Yeah, he was too busy milking his cows.
Milking his cow?
Mm-hmm.
He should have been at the front.
What for? The milk was at the other end.
You're a hopeless idiot, Costello.
Oh, please don't say that, Abbott. It isn't my fault. I had a very sad home life.
You did?
I did. I was born on a streetcar, and I never saw my mother.
Why not?
She forgot to get a transfer.
I'm convinced that you're a schizo.
A what, so?
A schizo. Skis. Haven't you ever experienced a schizophrenia?
Yes, the first time I put on a pair of skis, I fell on my frenia. But don't bore me out, Abbott. I don't feel so good. I went to the doctor, and he told me I was as sound as a dollar.
Well, if you're as sound as a dollar, then why are you feeling so bad?
Do you know the shape the dollar is in these days?
Costello, how does it feel to be a moron?
It feels pretty good once you're used to it.
Oh.
Well, there's a sample of the high-grade nonsense you'll be hearing for the next half hour. But before we get back to it, listen to this.
Stop howling, Costello. Stop howling. Where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, I met Marilyn Williams at the country club, and she asked me if I'd like to play around with her.
Yes?
How did I know she was talking about golf?
You look terrible, Costello.
I do?
Yes.
Well, I had a bad day, Abbott. When I left Maryland, I ran into a tough guy with a gun. He said, give me your money or I'll blow your brains out.
What did you do?
I told him to blow my brains out.
Why?
In this town, you can get along without brains, but you gotta have money.
Well, never mind that. There was a phone call for you. Some girl from the Burbank Theater.
Must be Reenie the Pooh. Reenie the Pooh, the bubble dancer. What a girl. She makes $1,000 a week.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How can a bubble dancer make $1,000 a week?
Big girl. Small bubble.
Does Marilyn Williams know that you're running around with this bubble dancer?
Oh, sure. I told her, and she took it like a trooper.
Like a trooper?
A stormtrooper.
Well, now, don't be too hasty in giving up Marilyn. Perlina LePou, especially.
No, Reenie LePou.
Reenie, is it?
She's French girl.
Oh, French girl. Are you sure that Miss LePou loves you?
Oh, sure. Ever, she'd do anything for me.
No
She
kidding.
loves me so much that she goes out with other fellas so I can get the proper rest.
Ain't she a nice girl?
Do you think you'll marry her?
Nope. We got different ideas about marriage. She wants to have 5 boys, enough for a basketball team.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'm a football fan myself.
You get so stupid. Tell me, is there a school for morons?
Oh, sure there's a school for morons. You mean you didn't know it?
No, I didn't.
And all the time we thought you were playing hooky.
Costello, you'll be the death of me yet.
What was that?
I said you'll be the death of me yet.
Promises. All I get is promises.
Hey, you guys. You see a crazy man around here? What does he look like?
He's a skinny guy, 3 feet 2 inches tall and weighs 520 pounds.
Just a minute. How can he be skinny and weigh 520 pounds?
I told you he was crazy!
You know the door shut before he went out? 2 to 1, the sound guy's got the script upside down.
Well, he's crazy.
Hey, every week more crazy people come into this show. Last week, Abbott's wife walked in here with a rubber plant.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter with my wife walking in here with a rubber plant?
Growing out of her head?
Mr. Costello. Hey, Mr. Costello.
All right, Norman, all right. What's the trouble?
Well, you know that box of matches you gave me yesterday for my mother?
Yes?
Well, she can't light them.
Well, here, give me the box. Now, I'll show you how to light them. Look, I just striped them on the seat of my pants.
I know, but she can't wait for you to come over to the house every morning when she wants to light the stove.
Norman! I got something for you, and I want you to keep it under your hat.
What is it?
A
stop picking on Norman.
Oh, why don't he get out of here and get himself a job? Norman, when I was your age, I was working in a store for $3 a week, and in 5 years, I owned the place.
Yeah, but you can't do that nowadays, Uncle Louie.
And why not?
Now they've got cash registers.
That was Abbott's nephew, folks. And at the end of the season, we're going to send him to the Harvard Medical School in a bottle.
Oh, now look, Costello. Norman is a brilliant student of history. Right now, he's studying about the Egyptian pyramids.
What's that?
Well, they're great big things made out of concrete that took thousands of men to build them. Hundreds of years to finish them, and by the time they were finished, they cost millions and millions of dollars. In Egypt, they call them pyramids.
We got the same thing right here in California.
Yeah?
We call it the Hollywood Freeway. Talking about pyramids, you see those cars on top of one another?
Yeah, yes, I saw them.
The joke vinks, don't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I gotta go now. I got myself a new job. I'm with Phil Spitali's all-girl orchestra.
Well, that's fine. How do you get along with all the girls?
Wonderful. He's got 40 girls, and every night after rehearsal, I'll grab each one of them and I kiss her goodnight.
Wait a minute. You kiss 40 girls? Aren't you overdoing it, Lou?
Yeah, but if you saw these girls, you'd be overdoing it, too.
What's your job with the orchestra, Lou?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in charge of the girls' cello section. I'm the head bender.
Head bender?
Yeah. Every night when they get through playing, I help get their legs back in shape.
Well, isn't that dangerous work, Lou?
Well, I'm used to dangerous work, Abbott. In the summertime, I'm a high wire walker in the circus.
Do you use a net?
No, my hair is just naturally curly.
Have you ever had any other jobs working around women?
Oh, yeah. In my spare time, I'm the intern at the movie studio. I treat stars when they get hurt or something.
Oh, are you kidding? What do you know about first aid? Suppose a big star like Rita Hayworth fainted on the set. Now, how would you go about reviving her?
Well, I put my arms around her, and I hold her close, and then I smother her with kisses.
Well, what good would that do her?
I don't know about her, but it sure would do wonders for me.
Hello, boys.
Well, look, Costello, it's our singing star, Marilyn Williams. Marilyn, I want you to know that we're very happy that you came over here from England to sing for our show. I think you're wonderful, Marilyn.
Why, thank you, Mr. Abbott. In England, I was considered just another canary.
A what?
A canary.
How do you like that? Over here, we got nothing but those little yellow ones.
My, what is that I smell?
It's a new perfume I'm wearing. It's called Roy Rogers No. 5. Do you like it?
Why, yes. Trigger comes through just as clear as a bell.
Marilyn, why don't you marry me? I'll take you away from all this.
Oh, but I'm very happy, Lou. I have mink coats, diamond rings, automobiles, and thousands of dollars.
Okay, then I'll take all this away from you.
Don't pay any attention to him, Marilyn. Why don't you let me take you out over the weekend?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a date with a very sporty friend of mine, and if I go with him, he'll take me to the El Rancho Vegas and let me play roulette.
If you go with Abbott, he'll take you to the La Brea Tar Pits and let you pitch pennies.
I wouldn't blame Marilyn if she left this program and went back to England. You haven't done a thing for her since she's been with us, Lou.
Oh, no?
No.
How about that lovely big present I sent you?
You mean that manhole cover?
That was no ordinary manhole cover. That one came from Beverly Hills.
Marilyn, why don't you forget about Costello? I'm the man for you. You and I would get along together like ham and eggs.
That's Abbott, folks. Always putting himself first.
Well, Bud, I like both you and Lou, but I wish you'd both stop fighting over me.
Marilyn's right, Costello. You fight over her like a dog fighting over a bone.
Brother, when there's that much meat on a bone, I'll fight over it every time.
Take it easy.
Oh, let's forget about me, boys. How are you making out on your new picture?
Wait till you see me in that picture, Marilyn.
I play the part of a reckless gambler. I'm a big plunger.
You're a what?
A big plunger.
Oh, that's fine. If our sink ever gets stopped up, I'll give you a call.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Let's turn on the spotlight. Let's turn it on our singing gal from England.
Oh, that's great for us, and it's great for everybody listening. Here she is, folks, Marilyn Williams with Matty Malnick's music.
From the new Broadway musical, Where's Charlie? Here's a song I like. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling, it's here to stay. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling, it's here to stay.
Yeah, but I just got myself a swell job, washing the windows of the chorus girls' dressing rooms at Earl Carroll's Theater.
Some job. Washing windows of the chorus girls' dressing room. What did you see in that?
Plenty. After I get them clean. My Uncle Mike got me the job. He's a pretty big man in this town.
Your Uncle Mike is a nobody.
Is that so? Well, last night, my Uncle Mike was invited to a big Hollywood sneak preview.
But your Uncle Mike is not in pictures. Why was he invited to a big sneak preview?
He's one of the biggest sneaks in town.
And he's also just like you, always broke.
He is not. My Uncle Mike has a great reputation. He can walk into any bank in Hollywood. All he has to say is 4 words, and they give him all the money he wants.
What are the 4 words?
This is a stick-up.
No, I don't see how your Aunt May puts up with Mike.
Well, they get along pretty good.
I can't see it.
Uncle Mike is the boss in this house. Aunt May runs the kitchen, and she tells the cook what to do. She tells the maid what to do, and she tells the gardener what to do.
What about Mike?
He can say anything he wants to the cat.
Well, at least he's got some home life. Costello, why don't you find a nice woman? That's the home type.
I got one. Last night I said to her, let's go out for dinner. She said, no, Louis, I'll cook dinner for you. Then I said, how's about going to a nightclub? And she said, no, Louis, we'll stay home and listen to the radio and save money.
Oh, wait a minute. She sounds wonderful. Where did you meet her?
My father introduced me to her.
What did he say?
He says, Louis, this is your mother.
Yeah, Dummy, why don't you find a nice girl and ask her to marry you?
I did have it. I asked that little blonde school teacher next door to marry me.
And then what did she say?
She said, ask my father.
Well, did you ask her father?
He didn't appeal to me.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
This time he beat the door in.
Mr. Costello.
Let him walk through the door.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
I'm not answering you. I'd like to be other way.
Wait, you say you've got a note for Costello? Well, take it, Lou. Who's it from, Lou?
It's a fan note from one of my listeners. It says, Dear Mr. Costello, your portrayal of Sam Shovel, private detective on the radio, is my favorite program. It's so funny that last week while listening to you, I simply died laughing. I'm coming to the studio tonight. I hope he gets in this time. He made it!
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
A corpse with a smile on his face.
Abbott, a Sam Shovel detective. I'm scaring half the people in the country to death.
What about the other half?
The Thomas Committee will take care of them.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's Home Permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting in my little office with my legs crossed. The hard way. Behind my back. I'm sitting here typing a report on a famous criminal. Pulling the criminal out of the typewriter. I turn to my desk and pick up a piece of paper.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do.
It's notepaper. I decide to clean out my desk and throw all the old bills into the wastebasket. That was my light bill. That was the water bill. That was just plain bill. I glanced down at the desk. There lies a full run of one of my early cases. The case of the murderess with the long golden hair. I made a lot of money out of that case. She was a beauty. I was dying to meet her. I spoke to her in Kansas City, but she gave me the brush. I tried to talk to her in Cleveland, but she gave me the brush. In Washington, she gave me the brush. In Buffalo, she gave me the brush. I never got acquainted with her, but I made a fortune selling her brushes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Every day he drops into my office to chew the fat. I wish Abbott would stop chewing the fat. My arm is full of teeth marks.
The door closed. Hello, Sam. Sam Shovel.
That's Lieutenant Abbott. He's a brilliant man. He hasn't spoken for 3 pages. Now he comes on with a line bristling with humor saying, Hello, Sam Shovel.
Sam.
And you're in.
Why do you stay cooped up here all day? Why don't you hire a typist to do your office work?
I had a typist, Lieutenant, but I had to let her go. She could only type with one finger.
Why?
She had only one finger. She came from a very poor family. She had 9 thumbs.
A typist with 9 thumbs?
Every time she hit that space bar, the typewriter jumped off the desk.
Any new cases today, Sam?
Yes, a guy came in here this morning and told me he shot both of his aunts. He put 6 bullets in one of them and 4 bullets in the other. And he wanted my advice.
Well, what'd you tell him to do?
I said, go home and get the lead out of your aunts.
Sam, I've got a case for you. The chief wants you to shadow Striptease Susie, the burlesque queen, and see if you can get something on her.
What?
Clothes. You know Striptease Annie? Or Susie? Or where is it, Susie? Do you know Striptease Susie, Sam?
Doesn't matter who it is. I'll get it. I saw her on the stage once. She came out to do her fan dance. A mouse ran out in front of her, and Susie dropped her fans.
What happened?
The mouse fainted.
Well, forget about that case, Sam. How would you like to help me collect some evidence against Waterfront Lil? I think her cafe on the riverbank is a hangout for the smugglers, but I need more information.
I'll help you, Lieutenant Abbott. I'll go down there with you. Hand me my fishing pole and that can of bait.
What do you want with the bait?
I'm going to worm the information out of her.
Sam, you're a tough detective. Waterfront Lil used to be your girl, and here you are ready to double-cross her.
Yes, Lieutenant Abbott. I'm a detective through and through. Why, I'd double-cross my brother. Hello, Sam. Get out of here before I double-cross you.
Who was that?
My brother.
Now, come on, Sam. We're going to Waterfront Lil's Cafe.
There we were in the toughest part of town. The hangout for tramps, cutthroats, and vagrants. Suddenly, the exciting odor of taboo perfume fills the waterfront air. I wonder where it's coming from.
It's me. I'm covered with taboo perfume.
Who are you?
Oh, just a fragrant vagrant.
No matter what we give Abbott's nephew, he gets nothing.
Come on,
Just a
Sam.
check every week. That's all he gets.
Hey, Sam, there's Waterfront Lil's Cafe over there.
I don't like the looks of that place, Lieutenant.
Why not?
Sailor just come out of the door and he's walking down the street holding his girl's arm.
Well, lots of sailors walk down the street holding their girl's arm.
While the girl is still in the cafe. We walked toward the cafe. Lieutenant Abbott was looking left and right. He has shifty eyes. He shifted him in a second. Together we entered the saloon through the doors. They were swinging doors. They were really swinging tonight. The place was full of tough mugs. A guy 8 feet tall walked toward us. He was a longshoreman. He was the longest I just got it myself. We should read the script once in a while, Abbott. He was the longest shoreman I ever saw. He took a punch at Lieutenant Abbott's chin. Abbott has a glass jaw. I wasn't going to stand there and let that man do that to my friend Lieutenant Abbott. This man was 8 feet tall, so I hit him with a left, I hit him with a right, I hit him with another left, another right. I knocked him down. Then I took his crutches away and broke his pencils. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. I'll promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. Come here. I'm going to give you a kiss that will take the curl out of your hair.
Well,
Sam, speak to me.
Lieutenant Abbott, call up my mother and tell her I'm no longer a Tony twin.
Well, Lil, we've got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Oh, quick, get him out of here.
Town madmen aren't through with you yet. Right now, they want you to hear this.
Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You were full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I ever wasn't? Ever wasn't. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda, and featuring Marilyn Williams and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is spoon. S-P-O-O-N.
Really? You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
When you call me that, smile. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have some people with interesting occupations that were selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air. I'd like to have you meet them right now. Mrs. Lucille Goldner and Mr. Augustus A. Ward, Jr. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Lucille Goldner. Mrs. Lucille. Oh, well, that's... changes my whole attitude. And Mr. Augustus A. Ward, Jr. Yes. Mrs. Goldner, where are you from?
I'm from Sherman Oaks.
Sherman Oaks? You were born in Sherman Oaks?
No, I was born in Lebo, Kansas.
Oh. You're from the cow country, huh?
That's what they tell me.
Oh. Who told you that?
My mother.
Oh. Interesting conversation, Lucy. How did you meet your husband, Lucille?
He removed my appendix.
And then?
Well, then, a few years later, I married him.
A few years later?
Yes, uh-huh.
You were waiting for this wound to heal, right? He kept you in stitches most of the time.
Yes, try to cut up.
Yes. Oh. Well, those are the standard jokes we expect when we have a physician on the Mrs. Golden, I understand you have an interesting occupation. Just what is it you do?
Well,
besides luring doctors.
I raise chinchillas.
How high? What do you mean you raise chinchillas?
Well, I'm a chinchilla rancher.
Oh, well, what is a chinchilla?
Well, a chinchilla is a very beautiful and luscious small rodent.
You mean it's a rat?
Well, it's a rodent in that it has a simple stomach. But
has a what?
A simple stomach.
Why doesn't he go see your husband?
And it's very has a very dense fur. It has between 80 to 90 to 100 hairs out of each hair follicle, whereas you only have one. And of course you can see
Let's keep this on an impersonal basis. I don't mind you describing a rat, but don't include me in it. Now, why would anybody want to waste their time on silly little rodents when there are so many other ways of wasting your time?
Well, maybe one of the reasons is because a full-length chinchilla coat costs approximately $75,000.
Now, how many of these $75,000 coats can you make from a chinchilla?
Well, it takes approximately 200 chinchillas to make one $75,000 for a coat.
Sounds like they have a powerful union, these kids. I suppose I wanted to buy one of these little rodents. What's the cheapest you'd sell me one for?
Oh, I'd sell you one for about $500.
$500? That sounds reasonable. Now, wait a minute. One chinchilla isn't going to do me any good. I wasn't born yesterday. How much will a good pair cost me?
Well, a good breeding pair, the standard price is $1,650.
Apparently these chinchillas weren't born yesterday either. Now, Mr. Augustus A. Ward, that's a pretty highfalutin name, isn't it? What is the A for?
I hate to say, sir, it's Afton.
Now, what should I call you, Augustus? Should I call you Gus?
No, sir, call me Jerry. It's my nickname.
Your nickname is Jerry, eh?
Yes.
Well, that's good enough for me, Tom. Now, Gus, what sort of work do you do?
I'm dropped by parachute into forest fires to fight fire, sir.
Oh, some people are born lucky, aren't they? They just fall into those soft, gravy jobs. You drop into fires? What kind of a job is that?
They call it smoke jumper, sir.
Oh, smoke jumper. I used to smoke jumpers. I switched to cigars. Half the time I can't tell the difference. The jumpers taste a little better, that's all. Now, tell us about smoke jumping. For example, why do they have to drop you by parachute?
Well, the main reason is, sir, is they drop us where they can't get to the spot where the mobile unit cannot get to, or by foot.
In addition to smoke jumping, what other soft jobs have you done?
DC diver, sir.
Well, could you tell us something about your diving experiences? Have you had any close calls while you were submerged?
Yes, sir. I was submerged under mud out in San Pedro, 8 feet of mud over me. And this time I got stuck in the mud, and there was another barge about 25 yards away that was diving, and there was a girl aboard, and she came down and pulled me up. Later become my wife.
And you've been stuck in the mud ever since? Well, I must say you're an unusual couple, and I must say that because it's true. And Augustus Afton Ward, Jr., I wish you the best of luck in the work you're doing. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Right now, here's something of particular interest to everybody.
Everywhere, folks are talking about the beautiful new 1952 DeSoto. The car designed for you and your budget, too. And when you get behind the wheel of the 1952 DeSoto, you'll be talking, too, about those big, wide doors you walk through instead of crawl through, and that roomy, uncrowded interior where you sit naturally. You relax in seats that are chair high. You'll be talking about the DeSoto Oriflow shock absorbers that give you one of the smoothest rides you've ever known. About DeSoto waterproof ignition that gives you sure starting in even the dampest weather. And how you'll like those famous DeSoto safety rim wheels because of the protection they give your family in case of blowouts. Sure enough, from every standpoint, The exciting new 1952 DeSoto is designed for you and your budget, too. So don't wait. See it today. Ride in it. Drive the great 1952 DeSoto. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. The low-priced car, most like high-priced cars.
Now, let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected Songs of the South. Now, here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
16, sir.
16. Give me the title of this Southern song. Okay, Jerry.
Kentucky Home.
Oh, Kentucky Home is right. Poor Jerry doesn't get a chance to play.
Well, you're off to a great start. You have $36.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $36 will you bet this time?
$35.50.
$35.50. What's the name of this Southern song? Stars Fall in Alabama is right. That's right.
You're really climbing. You have $71.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the $71.50 are you going to bet?
71.
Okay, let's see if you can identify this song. Play, Jerry.
George on my mind.
George around my mind is right.
Well, you're really climbing. You have $142.50.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for?
All of it.
Okay, what's the title of this song? And
you wind up with a grand total of $285.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a termite control man chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air, and a housewife from our audience, Groucho. And here they come, Mrs. Vivian Klein, Mr. John Roach. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Vivian Klein and Mr. John Roach. Mr. Roach, you're a termite control man, is that right?
I am, sir, yes.
Termite control, huh? Now, who do you work for, Mr. Roach? What a name for a guy who sells termites. What do you get for a dozen termites?
We haven't been selling by the dozen.
You don't sell them?
Marks? No, sir.
What do? Do you buy them? Are you in the business of buying and selling termites? I don't clearly know just what your business is, Mr. Roach. What a name for a guy in the termite. Well, who do you work for, Mr. Roach?
I have my own place of business.
Oh. And Mrs. Vivian Klein, you're a housewife?
Yes.
Where were you born?
And a grandma, too.
Housewife and a grandma.
Uh-huh.
Where were you born, Vivian?
I was born in Corn, Iowa.
There is a town called...
Yes.
Where is
Corn,
Corn,
Iowa.
Mrs. Klein? Is that
It's
close
not-
to Succotash, Texas?
No, it's...
I've been there, but I don't know where.
2 miles from Kingsley.
Oh, and where is Kingsley?
Well, that's about 50 miles from Sioux City, Iowa. You know where Sioux City is?
Yes. That's near Succotash. Now, what sort of work does your husband do, Mrs. Klein?
He's an oil worker.
He works in oil?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you never hear a squeak out of him, do you? Where did you meet your husband, Vivian? Was he getting oiled up at the time?
No, I met him in Oklahoma, LaKemp, Oklahoma, in a general store.
Where?
In LaKemp, Oklahoma, in a general store. LaKemp.
Is that near Corn?
No, that's...
Where's Kemp?
Well, it's not there no more. It was in
You
no
mean it's
man's...
on Kemp?
It was in no man's land, and it's just disappeared now. It's not there.
You say you met him in no man's land?
No, I met him in the general store.
You met him in a general store, huh? How long
Yes,
ago did you meet him,
about
Vivian?
38 years. It was in a general store in Oklahoma.
What was he doing, taking out your appendix?
No, my father run the general store. You know what general store is?
Oh, sure. That's where they sell generals.
No.
Your father ran a general store,
Yes,
huh?
he ran the general store.
Now, then, how did you meet your husband?
Well, my husband used to come in
He
there.
was on sale there? Everything else was on sale there. I don't
He
know why.
farmed there.
He farmed in the store?
No, he farmed. He raised wheat.
In the store?
No, not in the store.
Oh, he raised succotash
But
in
he
the
used to
store.
come in the store, and he'd come in the store, and we'll get some groceries, and then he'd give my mother arithmetic problems with a catch to them, you know, that you have to figure out on.
Yeah,
And then,
like what?
Then while my mother's figuring out these problems, well, he'd sit around the stove and talk, you know, and so, you know, these big stoves, those great big fat stoves, you know, like you burn wood and coal in.
What kind of stoves?
Great big fat stoves. They call them pot-belly stoves, I think.
Your father had a potbelly and your husband sat around the store? Giving your mother arithmetic lessons? That's a fine store, all right. I don't think it's anything like Marshall Field in Chicago. All right, then what happened? Here your mother was bewildered by these arithmetic lessons.
Mm-hmm.
How old were you then, Vivian?
I was 19.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd figure out the arithmetic problems, and that went on a while. And then one day, he said, I'm going to go to Colorado and take a homestead. And so I said, well, I'm going to go with you. That was his way of proposing, see, I guess. It was my way of taking it, you know.
Just a moment. Are you going to tell me that every time a man said he was going to Colorado, he got married?
No, but it's him, see. He said he was going to go take a homestead, and
He said he was going to take a homestead, and he was looking at your mother, wasn't he?
No, he was looking at me.
He was eyeing you up? And you said yes, huh?
I just said I was going to go with him.
Did you start for Cripple Creek immediately?
No, we had to get ready first because he butchered, see.
He butchered who?
Butchered a hog.
He butchered a hog for the wedding?
No.
He's a really romantic fellow, this guy. He said, will you marry me? And then he went out and killed a sow.
And then I made peach butter. We like peach butter, and I made
Peach butter? I wouldn't get married with any other kind.
I made 8 gallons of it, see.
You made 8 gallons of peach butter?
8 gallons of peach butter.
And then you went to Cripple Creek.
So then we got the covered wagon out, and he got the mules out. We had mules, Bill and Lade, we called them.
Who?
We called them Bill and Lade.
Oh, I remember them very well.
So then we went and...
It used to be Bill and Lading. It was originally. And they shortened it to Bill and Lade.
Covered wagon then.
Well, what is peach butter?
Don't you know what peach butter is?
No, I said.
Oh, I'll bring you over sometime.
Well, I
It's
wish you
good.
would, huh?
Well, you cook your peaches, and you cook them down, and put sugar in them, and cook it down till it gets thick.
Oh, it's just preserves, in other words, huh?
No, it's peach butter. It's different. And we went on down to the homestead. Then, we dug a dugout. Do you know what a dugout is?
No, is it anything like peach butter?
No. When we dug a dugout, you dig that down in the ground like a cellar. And when you're sitting down, you can't see out the windows because just little windows about this high, you know.
And this was your honeymoon cottage?
Yes, And we had lots of ground, and we had to haul water 12 miles in barrels.
Well, you certainly have the pioneer spirit, Vivian.
Sure.
It was people like you who helped to make America what it is today.
It was a lot of fun then.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The Chinchilla Rancher and the Smoke Jumper won $285. And the secret word is still spoon.
Let's see how high I can bet you $20. You selected slang expressions. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
16.
$16. What is the expression which, when translated literally, means to plunge headlong into the water, but in slang means a cheap cabaret?
A dive?
A dive is right.
And you're on your way with $36.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $36 will you bet on your second question?
32.
Mm-hmm.
32.
All right. What is the expression which means a male deer, but in slang means $1?
$1.
$1 is right.
You now have $68.
Here's your third question. How much of the 68 are you going to try?
68.
68? The whole 68? Okay. What is the expression which means a lump, a piece, or a chunk, but in slang means a sailor?
A gob.
A gob is right.
It now climbed to $136.
I didn't know a sailor was a lump. I never heard that. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $136 are you going to wager?
It all
of it?
Mm-hmm.
What is the expression which means an island of the Far East, but in slang means coffee?
Java.
Java is right. Very nice.
You wind up with a grand total of $272.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, I saw a piece in the paper about an unusual college student, so I asked him if he'd join us tonight. And here he is, Mr. Bush Manson and his son, Bush Manson Jr. Gentlemen, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Bush Manson Sr. and Bush Manson Jr., eh? Father and son, eh? You're both so young looking, I'm not sure which is which. Which one of you is the old man?
Here, the one with the mustache.
Now, since you're both named Bush, I'll get all confused when I address you. Bush Jr., what do your pals call you?
Bush.
Bush. Okay, I'll go the other way. Bush Sr., what do your friends call you?
Bush.
You're looking at a man who's going to make an appointment with a psychoanalyst first thing in the morning. I'll be on that couch by 9 o'clock. Peach butter or no peach butter? Senior, what do you call Junior? And if you say you call him Bush, I'm going back in the Baltimore with hot-bone chicken.
Well, I call him Bush, but sometimes I call him Speedy.
Well, thank heavens. One Speedy in the hand is like 2 bushes in the bush. How old are you, Speed?
14.
And Bush, what's your age?
Well, I just turned 41.
Well, if you turn 41 far enough, you'll be 14, too. What school do you go to, Speedy?
George Washington College Junior High School.
Junior high school? I thought Fenneman said you were an unusual college student. Speedy, you're beating around the bush again. Do you mind explaining?
He's the one that goes to college.
At 41, he goes to college? I may not wait until morning to see that analyst. I wonder if there's an all-night analyst around town. Bush, is this true? Are you a college student?
Yes, I attend Los Angeles State College.
When did you first enroll?
I'm a senior, but I enrolled in 1928.
Bush, you've been in college for 24 years. Well, nowadays, that's about par for the course. How come you've been that long in school?
Well, I went to school 3 years, and then I had to fall out, and after 19 years, I went back again.
You were absent from school for 19 years? Imagine the excuse he brought his teacher. Dear teacher, please excuse Bush for being absent. He overslept. Signed, Rip Van Winkle. How did you happen to leave college 19 years ago?
Well, I got married, and after the birth of a child, I had the family to take care of.
Speedy, did you know you ruined your father's college career? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What have you got to say to it? And it better be good.
It wasn't me, it was Albert.
A likely story. And an old one, too. It wasn't me, it was Albert. Bush, who was Albert?
He's my older brother.
How much older?
He's 17.
Well, give him my regards, will you? Do you have a job in addition to your college studies?
Yes, I work, 7 days a week. I drive a produce truck 6 of those days, and over the weekend, I work as a playground director, assistant playground director.
He's quite an amazing man, this fellow. Now, Speedy, has he told us everything, or has he left out a few things?
Well, he plays football for L.A. State.
Now, wait a minute, Bush. Is this true? Did you play football at the age of 41?
Well, I played on LA State's varsity.
I should have known that's the only thing that can keep a man in college for 28 years. Aren't you pretty old for that sort of thing, Bush?
Well, they tell me I'm the oldest collegiate football player in the country.
Now, Speedy, is the old man pretty good with the football?
Yes, he is. He played national championship for 3 years.
Well, practically all-American Negro football player, huh?
Yes.
Is there anyone left in the audience who has the slightest doubt that life does begin at 41? This would have been very interesting. And I know about 41 because I started that 3 times myself. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The Chinchilla Rancher and the Smoke Jumper still lead with $285. The secret word is still spoon.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected farm animals and birds. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10?
Yeah.
All right. What is a leghorn?
A chicken.
A chicken is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you bet on your second question?
You still go 10.
10. What kind of an animal is a Poland China? Poland, China. Take a guess if you don't know.
Duck, isn't it?
No, they gave you the wrong oink. It's a pig, huh?
You now have $20.
Now you have $20. All right, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
Up to you.
How much you going to bet?
$15.
$15. What is a palomino?
Palomino's a horse.
Is a horse is right.
You're climbing again. You have $35.
$35 is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to go for?
25.
What is a Hereford?
Is a cow.
A cow is right.
And you wind up with $60. And that means the Chinchilla Rancher and the Smoke Jumper with $285 in just 1 minute. Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Here's a figure every car owner ought to write down and remember. 85%. Because 85% of all car repairs are caused by either faulty lubrication or no lubrication at all. That's how important it is to have your car lubricated regularly at a place where they work according to factory standards. And I mean your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You'll find there's a vast difference between ordinary grease jobs and the thorough lubrication your DeSoto Plymouth dealer gives your car. And you'll be glad to know, too, DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics are qualified to handle any and every type of service. They're not only well-trained, they have the experience and skill, plus the most modern tools and equipment and the right factory-approved parts. So, for a first-class lubrication job or any kind of repair, take your car where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here comes the Chinchilla Rancher and the Smoke Jumper, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. None of that oink oink out there. Here it is. Only one city in the world can lay claim to the distinction of being situated on 2 continents, Europe and Asia. What is the name of this city? All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Come on.
No answer.
Well, we'll say Berlin.
No.
No, I'm saying it's Istanbul, Constantinople. You were a long ways off. That's the correct answer. Istanbul, Constantinople, and we quote as our source the Encyclopedia Americana. I'm sorry, the correct answer is Istanbul, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
$285 in the quiz.
That's not so bad. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Take time for safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Good afternoon. We approach the small house halfway up in the next block, and here, entering the backyard from the alley, we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook. The gentlemen are homeward bound from office and from Tapman's vacant lot. Listen.
I was the only one in the class that got the correct answer. What I done was make an equation where I let X equal the number of nails in the keg and Y equal the number of nails in the gunny sack. All right? You do that, and you got X plus Y squared.
Report. Leave it to that.
What about you?
Beside the Western. It is an X. We don't own any X, do we?
No.
They have some accessories lurking in the kitchen.
Probably belongs to Mr. Gumpot. He often carries tools in his garbage wagon.
Don't look like a very good X. Or rusty.
I imagine it belongs to Mr. Gumpot. Mom probably asked him to smash open a box of potatoes or something.
I suggest you open the door.
Yeah, I was the only one in the class that worked the problem correct. Of course, I was lucky. I hit on the way to do it by accident.
I suggest you close the door.
I hit on the solution by accident. I remembered another problem we had. Yeah?
Your father with him?
I was with him, but I had to leave suddenly for Peoria. Who's that out on the back porch?
Mr. Erickson.
Was he here this afternoon?
Yes, and when I tell you what he had up his sleeve, you will sell your grandmother's shoes.
Foghorn old wristband. How about taking Papa's overcoat in the house? You jumped him about the repairs he promised on the house, and he had another scheme to crawfish a bit.
What do you hear?
Rip it out.
It's not a bit funny.
It's getting kind of funny. You've probably got that old coot half crazy. He's always on his coattails, trying to get him to fix up the house, and he's always trying to shake you loose.
Sit down, and I'll tell you about it.
Brooklyn Johnson telephone man?
No. Remember a few weeks ago, he wanted you to start working on the house yourself?
Hey?
Well, now he wants all of us. What?
Bluetooth Johnson telephone?
No, goodness, I said no 15 times.
I didn't hear you.
Who, Bluetooth? Yeah, he called.
Did he say
He'll call again later. Now he wants all of us to pitch in.
Yeah?
That's why the axe is out on the back porch. He brought it along so whenever any of us felt like it, we could take a swipe at the banister on our way upstairs.
You're fooling, ain't you?
Not fooling us, pigeon. Suppose you want to run upstairs to wash your hands or something. All right.
You grab the axe and chop out a chunk of the woodwork.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, that's what old Erickson said. You people can have a regular picnic around here.
I can't believe he'd have the nerve.
Let me tell you what was said.
Okay.
He plumped himself down on one of my kitchen chairs, took off his overshoes, and then stared at me in that oily way of his. I knew something was coming. He says, "Well, Mr. Oak, I expect you're beginning to get impatient about the repairs on the house."
Beat you to the gun there.
How do you mean?
Brought up the subject before you did.
Yeah. I says, well, Mr. Harrison, I am interested in knowing when you're trying to begin. He laughed, that greasy, patronizing laugh he's got, and says, of course, we more or less decided on some time in the spring. It's not spring yet. It soon will be, I says. And you Cook, he says, I've been turning over an idea in my head. I was wondering how it'd be if the crowd of us rolled up our sleeves and made kind of a family party out of this.
Uh-oh.
Our house, he called it.
Who do you mean by the crowd of us?
He meant you and me and Russ and his daughter and himself.
Daughter?
You know her. That fat woman over on West Mulberry with all the gold teeth.
You suggest that she come over here and paper the dining room and stuff?
Yes. Now, actually, did you ever hear anything to beat that? We've got the strangest landlord that ever drew the breath of life.
You certainly got this, didn't you?
He don't want to hire a single carpenter, see? He don't want to spend a single cent if he can get out of it. I just sat there and stared at him. Couldn't get it through my noodles.
Telephone ringing. Probably Bluetooth Johnson.
Answer and see. Evenings, him and his daughter want to come over.
Hello? Hello, Bluetooth. More or less expected you to attempt to get in touch with me.
You've seen that daughter of his, haven't you?
Yeah, so?
Yeah, I've seen her several times.
Possibly I might.
Big woman. Got all gold teeth in front of her mouth.
Well, I'll ask him and see.
Mr. Erickson.
Can I go to the Bijo tonight?
He went to the Bijo Saturday.
That was way last week.
Haven't you got studying to do?
No. How about it, man? I've got my own money.
It's whatever your father thinks.
Gav?
If your conscience is clear, you see.
Thanks very much. Bluetooth? Everything's great. Yeah.
His family pours enough 15 cents in that kitchen soda to tilt Billy Patterson.
Okay. In a 3 weeks around 6:30. Excellent. Yeah. All right, Bluetooth. Thanks very much for your courtesy in phoning. Not at all. Same to you. I return the compliment. You're very kind. That goes double. Forget it. I hope to repay your kindness in the future. You're most obliging. Thanks.
Oh, for God's sake.
All right, then, Bluetooth. In a 3 weeks around 6:30. You bet. Thanks again for your courtesy in phoning. All right, Bluetooth. Goodbye.
Why, Sandy, listening to that conversation as far as you and your pal up is a couple of fatheads.
Yeah.
Tell me more about this family picnic we're going to have tearing up the furniture.
Well, they want to come over evening. Mr. Erickson says, my daughter loves good times, and the crowd of us can have a regular circus.
Have a regular circus flipping the stairway apart, huh?
Yeah, and papering the dining room. Mr. Erickson brought a knife along with his axe. That's so when any of us happen to be going to the kitchen, we can take a minute to scrape off a few chunks of the old wallpaper.
Sounds like fun.
A lot. He says we can make a game of fixing up the house. Run races and so on.
Oh.
That, divide up into teams, don't you know? And everybody has an axe, and they all dash for the stairway and see who can chop out a chunk of woodwork first. Can't you just see us of an evening carrying around here with axes? Police wagon would be here in 5 minutes.
Kiddo, didn't you call him on any of that craziness?
No, I didn't. I just sat there with my mouth hanging open. Thing of it is, I guess, he's got me pretty well worn down. I've been after him. Week after week after week I've been after him. And just when I think I've got him in a corner, he squirms loose and whips out some wild notion like this one this afternoon. Had me so bewildered I didn't have a thing to say. I'd enjoy getting a good grip on an axe and taking a swipe at the stairway.
In order to show me what a jolly fellow he is and what dandy times we'd have together, he even crafted a joke.
What is it?
I was walking from the sink to the gas stove and my shoe squeaked. He says, your shoe squeaked. That means you haven't paid for them.
That must be the joke.
No, but you should have heard him laugh. Here he's big and boisterous, you know. Ha, ha, ha. Like I certainly am one sociable fella. You and your family spend evenings with me and you'll really enjoy yourself. Ha, 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 he went. And it was kind of strange, too, because he never laughed. You know how sour he always looked. And like I say, I just sat there and stared at him. Never brought up a single objection. I should have jumped up and hollered, now you look here, Mr. Landlord. You promised you'd fix up this house and you're going to do it. You're going to hire carpenters and paper hangers and get started within the next 2 weeks. But no, I just sat with my mouth open while he went on and on. Was there ever such a landlord in creation before?
I doubt it. You people take me. I'm in favor of grabbing a good old axe and taking a swipe at the stairs. Hi, George. Telephone history here. Yes, sir. Might possibly be Bluetooth Johnson again. Hello? Hello, Bluetooth. I just passed the remark to my parents here. It might possibly be you attempting to get in touch with me by telephone. I see. That suits me fine. Suits me excellent. In at Big Leaps around 6:30. You bet. Thanks very much for your courtesy in calling, Bluetooth. Not at all. Same to you. That goes double. Allow me to return the compliment. Forget it. Hey. Oh, yes, sir, Bluetooth. All right. In at Big Leaps at 6:30. Yes, indeed. All right, Bluetooth. Bye.
Where do you want this trip?
Just checking up to make sure our arrangements were correct.
You said you'd meet him in at the Greeks around 6:30 when you phoned before, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
And he phoned you again to ask you to meet him in at the Greeks around 6:30.
Yeah, Bluetooth's a very careful individual. When he makes arrangements, they gotta be letter perfect. Nothing sloppy about old Bluetooth.
You have to go to the grocery store, Willie.
Okay.
Vic, haven't we got a daisy of a landlord, though? Haven't we got a daisy of a landlord, though?
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Ah, Duffy, I'm as happy as a bee with the hives. Well, I'm getting married. Yep, to a very high-class society dame. I got in touch with her through the Lonely Hearts Club and the Police Gazette. Yes, I was intrigued by their slogan. It said, every client comes back and thanks us. The girls ain't pretty, but they're awful anxious. Well, I've been corresponding with the dame Duffy, and I'm going to marry, you know. Sounds terrific. Huh? When you married Mrs. Duffy, she was terrific, too. Young and cute and Irish as Patty's pig, huh? Now, after 30 years, you wish you'd married the pig. Well, at what point did she start to change? The minute you carried her over the threshold, huh? Hey, wait a minute, just a second. How'd you ever carry a fat dame like that over the threshold? 2 trips. Well, Duffy, I'm glad to see that you still got a sense of humor about the sweet old fat slob. Well, I'll call you back. I got a lot of things on my mind. Eddie,
yes, Miss Doc.
Eddie, when a guy's getting married and he starts walking down the aisle, Which foot does he start with, the left or the right?
Left or right, he's still off on the wrong foot. Why?
Well, I'm thinking of committing matrimony, you know.
Oh, mazel tov. Might I ask you who the lady in question is?
Well, the questionable lady happens to be Miss Millicent Van Schnook.
What does this Schnook look like?
Eddie, it's Van Schnook. And she's beautiful, she says.
Where'd you meet this Schnook?
Van Schnook.
I'm sorry, Van Schnook.
Well, I ain't met her yet. As I say, the wedding is being handled through the mails.
What won't Sayers and Roebuck think of now? you say you fell in love with this gal by mail?
Yeah, funny thing how it happened, Eddie. All began with a mere penny postcard. But before the week was out, we was mailing hot special deliveries. Yeah, with the stamps upside down. You should have seen them last couple of letters. Flaming. I told her how she kindled me spark of love and how me embers was burning for her. Then I filled up the rest of the page with X's.
You mad, passionate thing, you.
Well, anyway, I'll soon be married. It'll be wonderful, you know. Get out of that lonely furnished room, have a real home, 2 wash rags instead of 1, 2 teeth brush, 2 towels, 2 rings around the bathtub.
You're really happy, huh?
Yeah, sure am. I've always wanted a family, and who knows, I might have some little ones someday that'd turn their sweet cherubic faces up to me and say,
all right.
Eddie, remind me to get in touch with Margaret Sangster, will you? Guess what, Finnegan? I'm getting married.
That's nice. What else is new?
Maybe you didn't hear me right. I'm getting married. M-A-R-R-E-D.
Married? Oh, that's stupid.
Why? What's wrong with marriage?
Well, it's all right for people with children. Personally, I think it takes the fun out of being a bachelor.
Finnegan, you are exactly what you look like.
Who's a moron?
You.
Oh, I'm a moron. Who's the guy that's getting married?
Look, people got to get married. Our whole way of life is based on it.
Why?
Well, because men are men and women are women.
Well, I grant it's a novel arrangement, but I don't see the point.
All right, let me put it this way.
Yeah?
Your father and mother, they was married, right?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. Now, if your father and mother hadn't gotten married, where would you be today?
Up at the ball game.
Hey, you see what I'm driving at? Well, do you?
Let me put it this way. No.
Well, look, I'm merely trying to explain. You see, the fact that your parents hit the jackpot, this has nothing to do with it. Human life, Finnegan, is deeper than that. Now, take Freud, for instance. He says mankind falls in love for interior motives, you see. But Freud can be wrong.
All right. Would you mind if I ask you a question?
What?
What are we talking about?
We are talking about love and marriage.
You mean that stuff about the birds and the bees?
Yeah.
Mere propaganda.
The birds and the bees?
Well, sure. Last week I took a bee and I put it in the bird's cage and...
Yeah?
Frankly, Arch, nothing has happened.
I still fail to see whether it has anything to do with something. However, I won't argue the point.
Well, I just...
You're certainly in a talkative mood tonight, Arch.
Well, why not, Joe? When a guy's planning to marry a dame like this Millicent, he wants to shout it out to the whole world.
Same with me.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Every week I like to tell the whole world about Ipana toothpaste.
Well, Well, some guys like dames, some guys like toothpaste. Personally, I'm a guy that likes dames, you know. When I give them a little squeeze, I don't have to worry about getting the brush. I thank you.
Now, wait a minute, Arch. I like girls, too, but I like them to have a lovely smile. And that's why I like to tell everyone about Ipana. For Ipana helps you to the prettiest, most sparkling smile you ever had. You know, dentists like Ipana so much that it's the toothpaste more of them use themselves as well as recommend to their patients than any other. You ought to try the Ipana way to a pretty smile yourself, because dentists say the Ipana way works. And it's easy. First, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. Then massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. Then see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Get a tube of Ipana first chance you get. Remember, a good dentifrice, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. So make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, see what you think of this wedding invitation, huh?
Wedding invitation?
Yeah, I just wrote it out.
Let's see. I, Archie, hereby announce his engagement to the former Miss Van Schnook, nee Millicent. The bride and groom hereby request your presence.
Presidents. No. Try it again, son.
Presence.
Oh, well, we are only on that tape. See this week, the sneaky way as I underline the word presence. Continue, Eddie.
Okay. Clothes will be optional, but we prefer black tie. Clothes will be optional.
Well, that don't apply to the ladies, of course. Might be a little gaudy. Continue, Eddie.
Obscene language will not be tolerated, as ceremony will be civil. Signed, Cobina Wright. Cobina Wright?
Gives it a little touch of class. Boy, it's going to be a big night for 3rd Avenue, all right?
Say, Archie, I hear you're getting married.
Yeah.
Oh, well, may I propose a toast?
Oh, thank you, Miss Duffy. What's the toast?
There's nothing so sweet as a wedding in June. Here's to the bride and here's to the goon.
Oh, you're bitter, huh? Just mad because you're still on the shelf.
Oh, yeah? I could have got off the shelf plenty of times.
Enumerate the opportunities. Who?
Well, for one, Ernest Diefendorfer. For two, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder. And for three, Harold Harkelroad.
How did she ever miss Adolf Schicklgruber? These guys all wanted to marry you?
They certainly did. In fact, Harold Harkelroad turned to drink when I refused to marry him.
Naturally, a thing like that calls for a celebration. But if you had all these proposals, how come your old man has a standing offer of 2 white shirts to any guy that'll go out with you? And he'll even shorten the sleeves.
Archie, that's a lie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was Mama that said she'd shorten the sleeves. Besides, you're somebody to talk. I'd like to see what's marrying you.
What's marrying me happens to be a very beautiful society dame from a family with yachts and swimming pools and package cars. And I'm going to be the man that owns one.
Oh, just marrying her for her father's money, huh?
Who's marrying her for father's money? I'd marry her no matter whose money it was. And I resent the inference that I'm a piccolo.
Say, Arch, by the way, did you get the wedding ring yet?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Give me that phone. Hello? Tiffany and Schwartz? Genuine department, please. Hello? Genuine? Mr. Tiffany, this is Archie of Duffy's Tavern. I'm thinking about getting married. Thank you. Tell me, Mr. Tiffany, what have you got in a diamond wedding ring, something with a nice large floor? Huh? How many carats? I know, about 30 or 40. How much? Let me talk to Schwartz. Oh, Schwartz? What have you got in a nice diamond ring? Oh, up to about $5. Huh? You'll let me know as soon as the glass blower comes back from lunch? Okay, Schwartz, I'll wait for your call.
George, $5 for a wedding ring?
So what? I make that kind of dough in a couple of days. Besides, this is one marriage I want to get started right. You see, Finnegan, a woman is a peculiar thing. You've got to approach her tenderly, like a delicate flower, else love is apt to wane out the window.
Yeah. Arch, how did you ever learn so much about love?
Just observation. You see, before I worked at Duffy's, I used to be flashlight man in a drive-in movie.
Well, gee, you certainly learned a lot.
Well, thanks.
Good evening, Archie, me boy.
Well, Clancy to come.
Then company evening to you.
Thanks. In the back of me hand to you, sir. Eddie, some bourbon. 3 fingers for the long arm.
Thank you, Archie. I could use a pick-me-up. You know, we had our annual policeman's ball last night. Oh, I feel terrible.
Well, wine, women, and song, huh?
Yes, but not necessarily in that order. It's too bad you weren't there, Archie.
No, Clancy, my days is over as a spinster. I got to settle down now that I'm getting married.
You? Taking the leap?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you always played hard to get.
I did, but I found if you play too hard to get, you don't get got.
Well, I certainly hope you found the right girl, Archie. You know, choosing a wife is a serious business. When you embark on the sea of matrimony, make sure you don't do what I did and get a leaky boat. You never know what kind of a woman you get until after you marry her.
Yeah, it's like taking a poke at a pig, ain't it?
Well, I tell you, Archie, marriage is just like a hot bath. After a while, it ain't so hot. Take my case, for example. Mrs. C and I were married in a beautiful little ceremony over in Ireland. In accordance with the tradition, first I kissed the Blarney Stone, and then I kissed Mrs. Clancy. You know, the Blarney Stone had more pucker than she did.
Yeah, I've met Mrs. Clancy. Pretty horrible kisser.
That's right. You have met her, haven't you?
Yeah, but the dame I'm marrying is different. Plenty of dough, gorgeous figure, you know, loaded with money, beautiful eyes, loaded with dough.
Just a second, Arch. You wouldn't be thinking of taking money from a woman, would you?
Is there a law?
But, Archie, that would make you a leech and a parasite.
Leave us not think of me as a leech or a parasite, Clancy. Leave us just think of the dame as an art supporter. Art supporter, hey. Hey, that's good. I think I can at the Walter Winchell. Reminded me to do that, will you, Eddie?
Okay. By the way, this telegram just arrived for you.
A telegram for me? Let's see. Hey, it's from Millicent. She says yes, she's going to marry me. She's on her way down here.
Oh, congratulations, Archie.
Well, thanks, Finnegan.
Congratulations, Mr. Archie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Condolences, Archie.
Now, wait a minute, Clancy.
I'm only kidding. Marriage is a fine institution. And underneath it all, I think Mrs. Clancy is the salt of the earth. I only wish I could shake her. Well, good luck to you, me boy.
Archie, may I offer my congratulations?
Well, thank you, Joe.
And I'd like to give you this little bottle as a wedding present.
You think I should be hitting the bottle so soon after I get married?
But you didn't look at it. It's a bottle of Vitalis. And Vitalis means well-groomed hair. Do you get it?
Not yet. Feed it to me slow.
Don't you see? If you use Vitalis, your hair will look, well, you'll be a well-haired groom.
Joe, is your last name Miller?
All right, so I'm not so good with the jokes, Arch, but you've got to admit that what I say is true. Vitalis is perfect for well-groomed hair, and it's particularly good if you're troubled with dry, unruly hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. Look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
What are you doing there, Archie?
Studying over these travel folders, Miss Duffy. I'm trying to figure out where to go on me honeymoon now. Newport, Palm Springs. Palm Springs, that might not be bad. I hear they get some pretty nice-looking dames down there.
Yeah, they'll come in handy on your honeymoon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, let's see. Bermuda, Cuba, Nassau.
How about Lithuania?
Why Lithuania?
What's wrong with Lithuania?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, that settles that. Now, where else could we go? Miami, Monte Carlo. Why would anybody want to go to Lithuania?
Katrinka Yabats comes from Lithuania.
So what?
Katrinka's a very nice girl.
Well, so is Millicent a very nice girl, and Millicent's the one I'm going on my honeymoon with.
Well, okay then.
Okay.
Go anywhere you want.
That's just what I'm going to do.
I still think you ought to go to Lithuania.
I think you should go someplace. Let's look over this folder here, Eddie. Honolulu, just overnight from Los Angeles by Pan American Airways, only $3.38 round trip, including sleeper. Eddie, remind me to pack me sheer black pajamas. Don't bother me now, Finnegan. The dame I'm going to marry, me future spouse, is going to be here any minute, and we got to get busy. We ain't even shoveled an aisle through the sawdust yet.
You mean you're going to have the wedding here?
Why not? People get married over the radio. They get married in theaters and airplanes.
That's right, Arch. I even heard about a couple getting married in a church.
Yeah, certainly. Now, let's see. I got to get the ring and the minister, the carnations for the ushers.
How about orange blossoms for the bride?
Let's not spoil her, Eddie. Just whip up a couple of martinis. Now, let's see. I'll need striped pants and a castaway coat, and got to make reservations for a trip through the Tunnel of Love. Now, what else?
What kind of music are you going to have at the wedding, Archie?
Well, we're going to have organ music, of course.
Organ, huh? Well, that's nice. Who's going to pass the tin cup, you?
Frustrated humor, if I ever heard it. Miss Duffy, this ain't going to be no hurdy-gurdy organ. It's going to be a beautiful pipe organ playing the wedding march.
I'll bet you wouldn't even know which wedding march to play.
Well, how many wedding marches is there?
There's 2. Lohengrin's and Mendelssohn's.
And which one do you like best?
Well, Mendelssohn has always been my favorite.
And I'll bet you was his, too. And that's the one we're going to play.
What a dopey wedding.
What did you say?
I think I made myself plain.
No, Mother Nature took care of that. Now, look, Miss Duffy, please, don't leave us argue on me wedding night.
Miss Archie, if this wedding is going to take place tonight, don't you think you ought to rehearse it a little?
Good idea, Eddie. Yeah, who could be the preacher?
I'll do it.
Good. Now, who could be the bride?
How about me?
Not even by proxy. Let's see, who could be the bride?
J.R.
There's my girl. Finnegan, how would you like to be me bride?
Okay, Arch, but first I think we'd better get me mother's consent.
No, it's only make-believe. Now, here, hold me hand.
Hold your hand?
Yeah, okay. Now, start the ceremony, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here...
Just a minute, Eddie. What's the matter, Finnegan? Can't you stand still?
Well, I'm nervous, Arch. This is a big step in me life. Worries me. Suppose we ain't compatible.
Well, if we ain't, we'll just shake hands like little gentlemen and call it off. Now, go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Just a second. Not that I want to butt in, but don't you think the bride should have on something old and something new?
Hey, this is one time she's right. Finnegan, you got on anything that's old?
Yeah, my pants.
What about something new?
The patches.
Well, I guess that'll cover it. All right, proceed ahead, Eddie.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Well, I can't go through with it.
What's the matter?
I feel silly marrying you.
Why?
Well, you're so much taller than I am.
Would the bride please keep a trap shut? Now, come on, let's get this over with. Do you, Mr. Archie, take Miss Millicent to be your lawful wedded wife?
Miss Millicent?
Yeah.
So already you got another woman, huh?
And there ain't no other woman. That's just an example, a metaphor.
I don't care what your metaphor. Get her out of my house.
Maybe we better make it so he can understand it. Call the bride Finnegan.
Okay. Do you, Miss Finnegan, take Mr. Archie to be your lawful wedded husband?
Do I?
What?
Do I?
Finnegan, it's I do.
Okay, then you marry him.
And again, this ain't a real wedding. It's only kind of, mock believe. Now, try it again, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, who's that dame that just come in the door there? Better go over and see what she wants, Eddie.
Okay, I'll be right back.
The preacher has to go wait on a customer. What a place for a wedding.
Miss Duffy, to me and me bride, this place will be the little church around the corner. Don't forget, to people in love, things only seem to be what they are.
Miss Archie, guess what?
What?
That girl that just come in is your bride-to-be.
You mean that is Millicent? That gorgeous hunk of punkritude?
That's right.
She's beautiful. Hubba. Pardon me, are you really Millicent?
That's right. There you're watching.
Miss Van Schnook, would you mind to repeat that?
There you're watching.
Finnegan, is there any limbs missing from your family tree?
Well, are you ain't you, Archie?
Why?
Well, if you are, I'm your little Millie.
Millie, I got sad news for you. Archie just left town. He went back to his wife and his 12 children.
Gee, I've been tilted.
Well, I think you're better off, Miss Van Schnook. That Archie was never no good anyhow, you know. He's a cheat and a crook and a no-good bum. Tell her about him, Eddie.
No, go on. You know the facts better than me.
See what I mean?
Well, I guess I'll just have to go back home and try me luck again.
Don't leave, Millie. I think you're kind of cute.
Say, you're pretty cute, too. I think we got something in common.
I wonder what it could be. Hey, I got it. Do you like Tootsie Rolls?
I love them.
I'll bet that's what it is. What do you say we go down to the candy store and split one?
Can I trust you?
Well, sure you can trust me. I'll divide it even.
Okay, it's a deal. So long, everybody.
So long, everybody.
Well, so long, you lucky couple. I hope you'll always be happy together. And if you have any children, name them after, the Gargantua.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new Wonder Shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, Benex, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York. Only one tube to a customer.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer expires May 1st.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Next week, Charles Coburn. Well, he's sort of an old Jolson. Yeah, the only difference between Jolson and Coburn is that when Jolson gets down on one knee, there's a chance that he'll be proposing to a dame. Well, anyway, Coburn will be here next week, Duffy. Be sure to listen in, huh? Okay, goodbye.
Time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Charles Coburn. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley.
Jester A. Riley, as a youth, was a tireless seeker after culture. In fact, Riley spent some of the best years of his life in this pursuit. All of them in the 6th grade. And now, although Riley is a grown man and the father of 2 children, this hunger for knowledge still persists.
Peg, what time is it?
Almost 9:30. Why do you keep asking the time?
Well, I don't want to miss this program on the radio. It goes on at 1:30.
Oh, you and that radio. I like the radio, but not 24 hours a day.
Well, what else is there to do?
Well, you might try reading a book. You haven't looked at one in years.
That ain't so. I read plenty of books.
Well, what was the last book you read?
Well,
You see, you can't remember.
I can so. I don't remember the title, but I know the story perfect. It was about some bears and a blonde dame named Goldie something.
Goldilocks and the 3 bears. I meant a book you read as an adult.
I was an adult. I only read it last year.
But that's a book for babies.
Well, I started it as a baby, but I didn't finish it until last year. I'm a slow reader.
Oh, there's so many fine books for a grown man to read. Why don't you try to improve your mind, dear, with something educational?
Well, I am trying. That's why I listen to the radio. I don't get trash, you know.
Oh, well, that's different.
Other people may listen to junk, but not me. This is real educational stuff.
Oh, what program?
It's the, it must be on now. Wait, you'll hear. You can learn plenty listening to this.
That's right. It's here again. It's time for the Crackpot Jackpot. Brought to you by the makers of Snappies, America's favorite breakfast cereal. Snappies is no ordinary cereal. Scientific tests prove it. When you pour milk over other cereals, they merely crackle. Listen. But when you pour milk over Snappies, you get action. Tomorrow morning, wake your tummy up with Snappies. Yes, try Snappies and start the day off with a bang.
Very educational, if you're a moron.
Wait a minute. It ain't started yet, kid.
And now, all you kids out there from 8 to 80, get set and try to crack the crackpot jackpot. And while our operator is placing our first call, I want to tell you late tuner inners that no one has answered the jackpot question for 3 whole weeks. So tonight, it's reached the grand total of $30,000, plus a big free box of Snappies.
Boy, Peg, did you hear that? 30,000.
It's not enough if you have to eat that cereal.
And now I think we're ready for our first call. Mr. Howard Christie in Hogan's Corners, North Dakota. Hello, Mr. Howard Christie. You sound breathless, sir. Oh, you were out in the barn milking your cow? More power to you, sir. Ready for our jackpot question? All right, here it is. What is an aardvark? You have 15 seconds.
Oh, what a cinch. 30 grand just for knowing a simple thing like what is a yard mark. What ignorance.
Look who's talking. You can't even pronounce it. It's aardvark.
Huh?
10 seconds, Mr. Christie.
The poor sap don't know. I bet he's dying. I bet he could take poison. I bet he could throw himself out of the window. Ain't this program fun, Peg?
Yes, hilarious.
All right, Mr. Christie, your time is just about up. This is your last chance. What is an aardvark? What's that? I didn't quite get that, Mr. Christie. What? You say it is... You're wrong. I'm sorry, but...
Hey, what did you turn that off for?
Oh, I had enough of that. It's a waste of electricity.
Oh, I could listen all night. Can you imagine that poor sap? 30 grand. Down the drain. He'll hate himself the rest of his life. His wife will hate him. His kids will hate him. His grandchildren will hate him.
That's what I like about this program. It's a real family show.
Yeah, sure.
Honest, Riley, don't you think you might be occupying your time with something a little better than that crackpot jackpot? After all, you got a daughter going to college now. She brings friends home. You ought to keep up to date so you can discuss things with them.
Well, I do discuss things with them. Didn't you hear me the last time the girls in Babs' club met here? I talked plenty.
Oh, and a fine subject you picked. You went on all evening long about your tonsil operations.
Well, what's so terrible? Is that bad manners?
Oh, no, of course not. It's perfect etiquette. I'm sure Emily posted approve. Especially when you brought your tonsils out in that bottle and showed them to her.
Well, they were very impressed. And Babs was proud of me. After all, it ain't every girl has a father with 3 tonsils. Peg. Hello, Bessie.
Hello, Daddy. Well, what do you got in that package there, dear?
Oh, it's a little surprise I bought for Babs' club meeting tomorrow night. You know, to dress up the living room.
Oh, but Daddy,
Look, fancy ashtrays.
Oh, that was thoughtful of you, dear. We're always losing ashtrays.
No, we won't lose these. Look what's printed on them.
Oh, Riley, how could you?
Oh, what does it say, Mother?
Stolen from the Rileys.
Daddy, they're in such bad taste.
Well, I thought they were cute. Give the girls a laugh. I know I get a laugh every time I look at that ashtray I have in my room that says stolen from the Gillises. I'm sure your girlfriend...
Well, it really doesn't matter. They're not meeting here tomorrow anyway. I forgot to tell you.
But it's your turn, Babs. Well, why aren't they?
Riley, suppose we let Babs handle her own affairs.
I agree. But why don't they come here like last time?
Well, the last meeting wasn't very successful, so I suggested we all meet at Helene Bidwell.
Oh, but you're wrong. It was a great success. I had a wonderful time. I was... Oh, I get it. It's account of me. You don't want your fancy college friends to meet me.
Oh, Daddy, that's ridiculous.
It's true. You said so just before. You said I taste bad.
You're being very silly.
It has nothing to do with you, Daddy. It's the house. There are too many girls and the house is too small.
Small? You call this house small? The trouble with you kids is you're spoiled. You should have seen the place your mother and me lived in when we first got married. We had one tiny room. At night, if I stretched out in bed, my feet would hang out the window. Every morning at 5 o'clock sharp, the milkman's horse would lick 'em. Here I slave and sacrifice, and you're ashamed of your own home.
All right, Daddy. My goodness, if I'd known you were going to make such a fuss. I'll call Helene and change the meeting back to here.
No, that's more like it. And the next time before you complain about your home, read that sign that's hanging on the wall over the mantelpiece. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. You know why I hung that there, don't you?
Yes, to hide the ink stain you made.
Hey.
Hi there, Ronnie.
Oh, hello, Gillis.
Hey, why are you so red in the face, Ronnie?
I just gave Babs a good bawling out. I bought a little something to dress up the house, and you know what she said?
How should I know? I ain't the kind of a guy who goes around snooping, eavesdropping on his next-door neighbors.
No, she said I have bad taste. Boy, I told her off plenty.
You were right. And by the way, how about giving back that ashtray you stole from me?
Gillis, you heard.
Accidental.
Imagine changing the meeting because she's ashamed of the house. Why,
Riley, it ain't the house.
But she said it.
She wouldn't tell you the truth. Babs is ashamed of you.
Oh, no, Gillis, no.
Face the facts, Riley. Ain't I always told you the truth? Who told you you had borderline anemia? I did. When your shakes had tattletale gray, who tattled? I did. And now I'm doing you another favor. I'm telling you your daughter is ashamed of your ignorance.
Well, thanks. You're sweet to me, Gillis, but, gee, I just can't believe it. I ain't that ignorant.
Oh, no? What do you know what's going on in the world? For instance, what do you know about Berlin?
Greatest songwriter in the world. Always, I'll be loving you, always.
No, not Berlin the compositor. I meant Berlin the city. You know, ta-da-ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta, Berlin.
Oh, that's Berlin? Well,
what do you know what's going on in Korea or Italy or Palestine or in Yugo or Slavia?
Wait a minute, I'm still in Berlin.
Let's face it, Riley. Between your brain and the rest of the world, there's an iron curtain.
Gillis, I never realized it. Oh, this is terrible.
Riley, I got a book that's just the thing for you. The Encyclopedia of Universal Knowledge. You read this from A to Z, you'll know everything you have to know.
Yeah, but Babs is meeting us tonight. I'd like to make a good impression. I can't read a whole book before...
You don't have to. Just study up one hunk of knowledge. Then wait for the right opening in the conversation and jump in. Babs will be proud of you.
Yeah, that's just what I'll do, Gillis.
I'll go get the book right now.
Oh, Gillis, you're the best pal a man ever had.
Well, to show you the kind of a pal I really am, I'm only going to charge you $1 deposit and 2 cents a day.
Riley, what's that big book you got there?
Peg, you are looking at a new Riley. Riley of the intelligentsia. Riley the human bookworm.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see this book?
Encyclopedia Universal Knowledge.
Yep, I'm reading it from A to Z. I'm going to be right up to date.
Oh, let me see it.
Well, sure, here.
This book is going to bring you up to date?
You bet.
Riley, it was published in 1890. Now, take my advice and throw this book away. You won't learn anything useful.
Now, that's a fine thing. Fellow tries to improve his stupidity his own wife last time.
All right, it's your time you're wasting.
Well, I'm starting on page 1. Now, let's see. The aardvark. The aardvark is... Peg, look, it's in here.
What is?
It's the aardvark. Don't you remember the crackpot jackpot program? Cuckoo, cuckoo. They were going to pay a guy $30,000 if he'd have known what the aardvark was, and here's the answer, right here in this book. Listen, the aardvark, a large nocturnal burrowing mammal of Africa, subsisting largely on termites and having a long, extensive tongue, claws, and conspicuously long ears.
A perfect description of your friend Gillis.
And you said there was nothing useful in this book, and right on page 1 there's a fortune of information. Well, I'm going to read this book from cover to cover, and I don't want to be disturbed.
All right, dear, but don't snore too loud while you read it.
Let's see. The aardvark is a large nocturnal burrowing mammal subsisting largely on termites and having a long, extensive tongue, claws, and conspicuously long ears. The aardvark is termites and claws and conspicuously long ears. Well, I think I ought to know it off by heart by now. I'll try it without looking. The aardvark is a large maternal mammy who burrows termites. Maybe I ought to look once more. The aardvark is a large, largely on termites. The aardvark is a large, long, extensive tongue, claws, and conspicuously long ears. I know it.
Not so loud. The girls will hear you in the living. Riley, where are you going?
Well, just going to say hello to the girls.
Riley, you stay out of it.
Oh, Peg, stop worrying. I haven't got my tonsils on me. You can search me.
Riley.
I'll be right back.
Oh, but that's ridiculous, Helene. I don't see why it's ridiculous.
Oh, hello, girl.
Oh, hello, Helene, if you just look at statistics, you find that ever since price control... I've studied the statistics. And I know just what you're going to say, but you're wrong.
What's the argument, little lady?
We were just discussing inflation, Mr. Riley. What would you say is the major cause of inflation?
The cause of inflation? Well, the cause of inflation. The cause of inflation is, did you know that the aardvark is a large nocturnal burrowing mammal consisting largely on termites and having a long extensive tongue?
But, Helene, I don't see how you can even mention Tchaikovsky or Paganini in the same breath with Berlin. I don't agree with you at all, Dad. Mr. Riley.
Huh?
What do you think, Mr. Riley?
Pardon me, I wasn't listening.
What do you think of Berlin?
Oh, Berlin. Well, if the Russians and the Americans...
Daddy, we're talking about Berlin, the songwriter.
Oh, you don't mean Berlin. Berlin. You mean, I'll be loving you all the way.
Daddy?
Did you know that the aardvark is a large nocturnal
Well, I'm no political expert, Baz, but my father says that Dewey will carry at least 40 states. Oh, I don't see how he can. The polls indicate that President Truman's gaining. What do you think, Mr. Riley? Who are you for? Truman, Dewey, or Wallace?
Now, personally, I'm voting for the aardvark.
Daddy!
Well, what I mean was, did you know that the aardvark
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Poor Riley is in the doghouse with his wife and daughter, Bag.
Hi, I'm home. Hi, Betsy.
Mother, shall I set the table?
Hi, Peg.
Yes, we'll eat now, dear.
Hi, Betsy.
Is there a clean tablecloth?
Hi, Peg.
In the drawer there.
Hi, Betsy.
This one?
Hiya, Peg.
No, the bottom one.
Hiya, Betsy. Wait a minute. What's going on here? I don't like talking to myself. I want an intelligent answer. Dad, why don't you say hello?
She isn't talking to you.
Well, that's a fine thing. Peg, did you hear what I said? Peg, say something.
Mother isn't talking to you either.
Well, that's a nice way to treat me. I work hard all day. I come home, everybody ignores me. Even a dog, when he comes in the house, people say hello to him. I'm entitled to that much.
Hello, Rover.
Dad, I'm sorry about last night, but it wasn't my fault. I only had time to study up about the aardvark.
Aardvark? Oh, Riley. If I hear that ridiculous word once more,
All right. I admit I made a mistake. Anybody can make a little mistake. That's why we have Alcatraz. I'm only human. Forgive and forget. Come on, huh?
All right, Daddy, I forgive you. It's over.
Oh, sure. Anyway, no harm was done.
Oh, no. Only Babs is on the phone all day long, explaining to her friends that her father isn't really a moron.
Well, thanks, Babsy.
He just acts that way.
Now, that's going too far. I don't have to stand here and be insulted in my own house. I'm leaving.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going out, and maybe I'll never come back. This is probably the last you'll ever see of me. I'll go right after supper. Oh, what a life. A house full of people and they don't talk to me.
It's exactly the same down at my place.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Your door was open.
Well, you should have knocked, Diggy. You scared the life out of me.
Please, let's not talk shop.
I've been sitting here moping, Digger, trying to figure out the modern kids. Believe me, they can be a problem.
Oh, yes, most unpredictable. The other day, some scurrilous scamp stole a sign from a catering concern and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
Special rates for large parties.
Well, it ain't what Babs did it to her in front of her friend.
Oh, it happens to every father. Take an incident with my daughter, Lily Fern. The dear child introduced me to a boyfriend of hers. He was one of those jitterbugs. In the course of our chat, he said to me, "Do you dig me, Jackson?" And I replied, "I dig everybody, but my name isn't Jackson."
Well, it all started on account of this here book, a cyclopedia. I was trying to improve myself.
Oh, let me see.
Here.
Riley, this book was published in 1890. It's worse than useless.
That's what my wife said. That's why we had a fight.
Your dear spouse was right. So admit you were in the wrong.
No, I can't.
Riley, this is no time for foolish pride. As we say in my circle, get off your high horse. Go to her. Humble yourself.
Yes, you're right, Digger. I've been a fool, and it's that Gillis's fault. He got me into this. If he hadn't given me this book, well, I'll fix him in his book. Give that to me, Digger.
Easy now, man. Easy.
Riley, what on earth are you doing?
I'm tearing up this book. It's worse than useless.
Well, now you're showing some sense. But you don't have to destroy it.
I'm tearing it up in 1,000 pieces. You were right all along, Peg. Why didn't I listen to you? I should have let you straighten me out instead of going to Digger.
There I disagree with you.
Well, it's all over and past, so let's forget about it.
I've already forgotten. As far as I'm concerned, I never heard of this book. I'm just going to be my own sweet, ignorant self. Hello?
Is that Chester A. Riley?
Speaking.
Mr. Riley, this is the Crackpot Jackpot calling.
Well, I'm not interested in them.
The Crackpot Jackpot.
What is it, Riley?
It's the Crack Jackpot. The Crack Jackpot. The Crack Jackpot. Shot put. That's what I've been saying.
Hello, Mr. Riley.
Yes?
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Mr. Riley, if you can answer our jackpot question correctly, you will get $35,000 in cash, or its equivalent, groceries for a family of 4 for 6 months.
35,000. Great. We'll be millionaires if I answer the question. Oh, I'm dying.
Riley, stop teasing me.
answer the question first.
Are you ready for the question, Mr. Riley?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, here it is. What is an aardvark?
An aardvark? Hey, they're asking me what an aardvark is.
You have 15 seconds.
Well, I know it. We'll be rich, Peg. We'll be rich.
You have only 10 seconds. What is it, Mr. Riley?
I know it. Send the money to 1313 Blueview Terrace.
First, you have to tell me, what is an aardvark?
Well, it's a cinch. An aardvark is... An aardvark is... An aardvark is... Would you mind repeating the question?
What is an aardvark? 5 seconds left.
An aardvark? Peg, the book. Get the book. Look it up in the book.
It's all torn up.
3 seconds.
An aardvark is... It's an aardvark. I don't remember.
Oh, I'm sorry. But cheer up, Mr. Riley. You win a free box of that Tubby Tickling Table Treats, Snappies. Goodbye.
No, wait, don't hang up. I remember.
Hello, this is the operator.
An aardvark is a large nocturnal burrowing mammal subsisting largely on termites with a long, extensile tongue, claws, and conspicuously long ears.
I'm sorry, there is no such number.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment.
Riley, will you eat your breakfast?
I can't get over it. I just can't get over it. All that money. We'd have been so rich. You could have had a mink coat.
Oh, I'll live without one.
Babs could have had a mink cape. And I could have had a mink sweatshirt. The chance of a lifetime to get rich,
Stop
and I...
thinking about it, Riley. If you don't, you'll go crazy.
Yes, I know. You're right. I better forget about it. Well, anyway, there's one consolation. We got this here free box of Snappies. I think I'll eat.
Here's the milk.
You better hold your ears, Peg. You know what goes on when you pour milk over these Snappies. Well, here goes. I just ain't got no luck.
Granny, then. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, John 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum's attempt to lure Cedric and his tent away from in front of the Jot 'em Down store with a pinball machine failed when Cedric bought the pinball machine himself. But this mishap was counterbalanced by what Lum and Abner think is good fortune. For Squire Skimp informed them that he might be able to secure a friend of his who is a famous building contractor to build the proposed Wonderful World apartments. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library, and with him is Grandpappy Spears. Listen.
Well, I don't think we got a book like that in the library, Grandpa.
Oh, yes, you have, Abner. I was reading it in here just the other day. My own eyes. It's called The Junior Mystic Fortune Teller's Guide. I know it's here somewhere. Well, I don't see what you want such a book as that for no way.
Well, to make some money. That's what I want it for, to make some money.
Ah, prattle.
And don't you prattle me, Abner Peabody.
Well, how are you going to make any money out of a thing like that?
Well, I'm going to tell fortunes. What do you think I'm going to do? Cedric's giving me a place in his tent out there, and I'm going to charge 10 cents a fortune. Make big money in it. Reckon where that book's at.
Just a minute, Grandpap. How do you expect to find a place in Cedric's tent? He's already got it filled up with his lemonade stand, that pinball machine.
Don't worry, I'll find it. Here we are, right here. The Junior Mystic Fortune Teller's Guide. That's it.
Oh, my, now, don't start reading that out loud, Grandpap.
Let's see here. Telling fortunes by cards. You got any playing cards around the store, Abner?
No, of course we ain't.
I'll have to use some other method then. Telling fortunes by palms. Got any palms, Abner?
Palms?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe we have, Grandpap.
Let's see. Telling fortunes by names and ages. I know you got a name.
Why, sure, I got a name. Abner Peabody. I've had that ever since I can recollect.
Hey, I believe I'll just tell you a fortune, Abner, just to brush up on it. I'll do it for you free, too.
Well, good. Doggies, I love to have my fortune told.
First of all, you got to tell me your name.
Well, I'll give you that, Abner Peabody.
Well, that's wrong, Abner.
Wrong?
According to the book here, it's supposed to be John James.
John James?
That's what it's got down here. John James. These books ain't generally wrong, neither.
Well, I do know John James. Reckon I've been going around all these years with a wrong name.
Must have.
Doggy's old Lum's going to be awful spry. He thinks my name's Abner.
All right, now, give me your age, Abner. I mean, John.
My age?
Yeah.
Well, over 40.
40? Yeah. Sassafras. You're closer to 90 than 40.
I am not. I'm younger than old man Quincy, and he's younger than Grandpa Masters, and he's
Wait a minute. No use arguing there, John. It's down here in the book. You're, well, for the land's sakes.
What's the matter?
Abner, did you know you're just 14-year-old?
14?
Yeah, that must be a mistake. That can't be right.
No, I'll admit I'm older than that.
Oh, I've known you longer than that.
Yeah, it might be just turned around backwards. Maybe they meant to put down 41 there.
Oh, that wouldn't be much closer. I might have the wrong page here. You ain't John James after all.
I ain't. Well, here, get this thing settled. I gotta know what my name is when I answer the telephone and all.
Mary Smith. That ain't you.
Oh, no, that ain't me. I'm a boy, or a man.
You know, this fortune teller's a heap harder than I figured it was. I might have to raise my price to 15 cents.
15, huh?
Wait a minute. This might be you right here. Charles Doe.
Charles Doe? Doggies, if that's me, the first thing I'm going to do is change my name. Might change it to John James. I believe I like that better.
You can't change it, Abner. Or Charles. This one must be you, because it's the oldest in here.
The oldest?
Yeah, you're still just 16, but it's the best I can do for you. Well, we'll go ahead with this one just for practice.
Well, maybe what they got written down there is my fortune when I was just a boy. That's more likely it. Go ahead, tell me what it says.
Well, to begin with, Charles, according to this, you will soon take a journey.
Well?
Either a long journey or a short one, depending on its length.
Dog is a journey. Where am I going? Fort Smith?
I don't know.
Little Rock?
It don't say, Abner.
Charles is the name.
Yeah.
You can call me Charlie, though, Grandpap. That sounds a heap more friendly, I believe.
You will soon meet a person who will have much influence in your life.
Well, now who do you reckon that is?
You must take care not to place too much trust
reckon
in this.
It's Cedric? No, I've done met him.
Don't interrupt me, Charlie.
Oh, excuse me.
You must take care not to place
Might be somebody I'm going to meet on that trip to Little Rock. Does it say there when I'm supposed to leave on a trip? Wait a minute. There comes Lum up out there.
Lum?
Yeah.
I don't see him no place.
Oh, well, he just tripped over one of Cedric's tent stakes there. There he is. See him getting up there now.
Yeah, I was looking for somebody standing up.
Yeah, well, he was.
Yeah, let's see where it's at here. You will soon take a journey, either a long journey.
Dog is another? I don't know where Lum will let me get away from my store for all these trips or not. Of course, the book says I'm supposed to take him, well, I reckon I'll just have to do it.
Blame them tent stakes. We just got to get shut of Cedric and his tent, Abner. That's all they are to it.
Yeah, morning, Lum.
Morning, Abner. Howdy, Grandpap. Howdy, Lum.
What'd you call me, Lum?
What'd I call you?
Yeah.
Why, Abner, of course.
Well, Charlie's my name, Lum.
Charlie?
Yeah. I never knowed it myself, till just now. See, Grandpap's telling my fortune. He's taking up that sort of work.
Yes, sir. Going to set up business in Cedric's tent out there, Lum. Going to make a heap of money out of it, too.
For goodness sakes, Grandpap, you can't make no money that way.
That's what I've been telling him.
Well, you fellas just wait and see. I'll show you. Now, where was we at, Charlie?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. You will soon take a journey.
Doggies, I'm getting to be a regular traveling man. Where'd I go this time,
Oh,
Grandpap?
quit arguing about that. We got more important things to talk about.
How?
I got to brush up on my fortune-telling, Lum. Well, brush up to yourself, Grandpap. Don't bother us. I got some good news for us, Abner.
How?
Or rather, Squire's got it for us.
Squire?
Yeah, he'll be here in a minute. Just stopped to see how Cedric was coming along with handing out them insurance cards for him.
Oh.
Wait a minute, here he comes now.
Yeah, well, what's the good news, Lum? Is it about that contractor feller, the one that Squire's going to get first?
Well, you'll hear in just a second.
Oh.
Come on in, Squire.
Yes, thank you, Lum. Well, howdy, Abner. Grandpap.
Don't pay no attention to Grandpap, Squire. He's reading.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead and tell Abner the good news, Squire.
Well, I just had a long-distance call, Abner, from my good friend at the county seat. And I'm happy to report that he is anxious indeed to undertake the supervision and building of the Wonderful World apartment.
Well, good for him.
But that ain't all, Abner. Tell him about the prices he's going to charge.
Well, yes, that is the best news of all. Even better than I'd hoped for. You see, in the first place, my friendship means a great deal to him, naturally. So he's anxious to do any favors that he can for me. And in the second place, he waxed so enthusiastic over the idea behind your Wonderful World apartment project that he's willing to handle this whole job for nothing, Abner.
For nothing?
Yes, sir. That's right. For nothing, Mom.
Good for him. Well, hooray.
Squire says he's going to drive over here to Pine Ridge this week and discuss it with us.
Yes, huh?
Yeah. Says he wants to get started building apartments right away.
He does. Well, he'll need to get some fellers to help him, won't he? He can't build a big a building as that is all by himself, surely.
Well, no, you see, Abner, he doesn't actually do the labor himself. His job is to contract for all the work, the carpenters and painters and cement men and all that. Naturally, why, we'll have to put the $10,000 in his name, so that he can let all these contracts.
We will.
Oh, yes, Lum. That's the usual custom. Mere routine is all, and that makes everything legal, you see.
By the way, Squire, what is this feller's name?
Yeah, that's right. We've been so excited about getting him, we forgot to ask what his name is.
Yes, why, it's Gregory W. Dobbs.
Dog, is that sure is a fancy name? Gregory what?
Gregory W. Dobbs.
Well, there's two W's in there.
Yes.
Gregory W.
You must
Dobbs.
take care not to place too much trust in this person.
What's that, Grandpap?
You will regret any dealings you have with it.
Grandpap, I wonder if you'd step outside with me. I'd like to talk over some business with you.
Why, sure, Squire. I'll be proud to.
Yes, well, come along, and I'll see you later then, Lum, and I'll let you know when Mr. Dobbs will arrive.
Yeah, all right, Squire. You do that. So long, Squire.
Yes, so long.
You wanted to see Grandpap in such a hurry.
I don't know. More likely want to get his fortune told, I reckon. Dog it, I can't hardly wait to see this W. Gregory W. feller. Is he the one that Squire said built that Empire State Building?
Yeah, he's the one.
Well,
And when me and him get together and start figuring, we'll more than likely end up with a building twice as big as the Empire State Building.
We will, huh?
Oh, you wait and see.
Well, sure, now, he must be an awful nice feller, Lum, to be willing to do all this work for nothing first.
Yeah, well, just like Squire said, he's retard and don't actually need the money.
Sure.
And he knows that this is a project to do good for the community, so he wants to help all he can.
Well, I just hope he gets the apartment built fast, 'cause Elizabeth's getting awful anxious to move in.
Everybody is.
It's all she talks about. Doggy, there comes Grandpap back already. Well, never taken him very long to tell Squire's fortune, did he?
Yeah, what's that he's waving there?
I don't know.
Yeah. So you fellas said I couldn't make no money out of my fortune teller. Just take a look at this.
Well, I do know, a $10 bill. Did Squire give you that?
Why, sure.
For telling his fortune?
I reckon so. He done most of the talking, though.
He did, huh?
Yeah, say, do either one of you fellas know what hush money means?
that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Yvonne Watson, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. Now is the time of year when health-wise people start supplementing their diets with vitamins. In the Gosden family, we do it with Rexall Plenamins, the best balanced multivitamin formula you can buy. That's because Plenamins give you 10 important vitamins, plus liver, iron, and vitamin B12. This winter, try switching to Plenamins. That's Plenamins, Plenamins. And you'll find them at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Well, the Kingfish's wife, Sapphire, and her mother have spent the day at the beauty parlor. Right now, they've returned home and are showing the Kingfish their new hairdos.
Look, George, I had the operator give me a poodle cut. And just look at Mama.
Yes, George, I had her give me a horsetail.
Horsetail and a poodle cut. Holy mackerel, the way they done treated you two, you should report the beauty parlor to the SPCA. That's what...
If we was a couple of young gals, you'd pay more attention to us.
Yes, George, I know you. You're just like all men. Fine sport with your wife, but you look at young gals on the street all the time.
Honey, I ain't looked at no young gal since I married you.
You ain't, George?
No, and it's enough to break a man's heart.
Well, what you mean?
Well, that's like going down to the meat market and drooling over steak and chops when you know all you got home is ham hocks and sour belly.
You should talk about looks. What about that kisser of yours? That wrinkled face, them watery eyes, and them saggy jowls. You look like a bucket of wet wash that just come out the mangle.
George, to think what I got stuck with after I had all them handsome men begging me to marry him.
Oh, yeah? Now, just name one. Name one handsome man that begged you to marry him.
Well, for one, there was Harry Thompson.
Harry Thompson. Now, there was a real unpretty boy. After that, he was so bow-legged that when he walked down the streets, his shins touched the ground.
They did not, George.
Then how come he was the only boy in town that had his kneecaps half-soled?
And Sapphire, there was Peter Jackson, the society boy. Oh, he was crazy about Sapphire.
Oh, yeah?
I had lots of boyfriends, didn't I, Mama?
I'll say you did, daughter. And such handsome fellas, too. Oh, the gay times and the can-ons at our house.
Yes, Mama. I remember those Saturday nights.
Well, I ain't gonna sit here and listen to you two old firemen rake over the old coal. Go down to the lodge hall. I wonder what did go on before I met Sapphire. Oh, just talk. She had all them chances. Why did she ever marry me? I was really a hunk of nothing. Yeah, then Sapphire and Mama was talking about old boyfriends, telling me how popular Sapphire was when she was young.
Yeah, well, you must have seen something in her, Kingfish. You went with her all through high school.
Well, it wasn't exactly as romantic as you make it sound, isn't it?
Wasn't it?
You see, when I was young, I had crooked teeth and weak eyes. And my parents only had enough money to take care of one. So they had my teeth straightened out and they let my eyes go. I tell you, Andy, if it had been the other way around today, I would have been snaggletooth but happy.
Yeah. He was lucky to get you, all right. Well, I tell you, Kingfish, there's a lot... hey, look at that fella coming across the street here towards the lodge hall.
Yeah, Andy. He sure is a big fella, ain't he?
Yeah, man, look at them shoulders. They must be 4 feet wide. He looked like he got Mr. Hartshaft and marched right into suit with him, you know?
You know, it ain't the shoulders that bothers me. Look at the size of them feet. Last time I seen a pair of feet that big was on the desk down at the police station.
Yeah, they sure got a San Quentin spread to them, ain't they?
There's a man that I definitely ain't at home to.
Oh, me, he's coming in here, Kingfish.
We ain't here now. Come in.
Excuse me, I wonder if you could...
He left for Australia 6 months ago.
Yeah, and I went with him.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. You looking for someone here, ain't you, mister?
Yes, my name's Theodore Thomas. I'm looking for George Stevens.
George Stevens, that's the one that went to Australia.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well, heard he bought a big farm down there and was raising Anzacs.
That's right. He done planted 3,000 acres of them.
Well, if he's not here, I won't trouble you. You see, I just wanted to look him up. I used to be a friend of his wife's before she married him.
Oh, you was a friend of his wife's. How friendly was you?
Well,
That friendly, huh?
Certainly. Me and Sapphire were pretty close.
You was, huh?
Well, I wouldn't tell Stevens this, of course, but when I used to take her out, we had a lot of laughs over the pet name she had for old Stevens.
What did she call old Stevens?
Wet Blanket George. You see, when they had a date, he'd take her home early, shake hands goodnight with her at the front door. Then she'd walk through the house, and I'd meet her at the back door.
When you met her there, did you shake hands with her, too?
Oh, come now, Buster. I'm anxious to see Sapphire again. She sure was a hot patootie. Confidentially, I used to call her Sizzling Lips.
Sizzling Lips.
Oh, yeah. I could go on like this about Sapphire for hours, but why bore you?
Yeah, why do that? Yeah.
Say, Kingfish, now I know what Sapphire was doing while you was having your teeth straightened.
Well, I'm sorry Stevens isn't here, and if you're not sure that he's left the country, I suppose there are numbers in the phone book. I'm bound to locate Sapphire sooner or later.
Yeah, you going to stay in town, or how long?
Oh, yeah, several weeks. I'm over at the Lennox Arms. Thank you for all your help.
Yeah, well, so long, Mr. Thomas.
Well, I hope I get a hold of Sapphire. Thanks again.
Nice fella, huh, Kingfish?
What do you mean, nice fella? That fella was going with Sapphire all the time we was engaged. And Sapphire's always saying to me that she had a romantic engagement.
She did. Too bad you didn't get in on it. Tell me this, what you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna go home and have it out with that woman. Oh, and the humorification of it all. And you know, when I was courting Sapphire, I used to go over there and oil the porch swing so Mama wouldn't get wise in case I wanted to try a little smooching out there.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and now after all these years, I find I was taking the squeak out of someone else's romance. Oh,
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One Rexall exclusive we're especially proud of is Ann Delafield's All-Purpose Deep Cream. Why? Because it saves our women customers time and money. You see, Ann Delafield's All-Purpose Deep Cream is all creams in one. It cleans, it lubricates, it conditions your skin. It's one single cream in one golden-topped jar that gives complete complexion care. When you ask for it, ask to see the other Ann Delafield cosmetics. Face powder, lipstick, skin freshener, and eye makeup kit. The sensible cosmetics for modern women. At Rexall drugstores, everywhere.
George, is that you?
Sapphire, come in the living room.
What is it?
I want to talk to you, sizzling lips.
What are you talking about?
Now, look here. Just what did Theodore Thomas mean to you?
Theodore Thomas? Well, George, it's strange you should mention him. He called up this afternoon. He's in town.
Sapphire, how come you never told me about this man?
Well, George, I never did think it was important. It was just a case of puppy love.
Well, the puppy has now grown up to be a big St. Bernard. And I don't want him woof-woofing around my wife. He told me how he used to kiss you.
Oh, don't be silly, George. The only time I ever kissed Theodore Thomas was when we was playing post office.
Yeah, well, the way he tells it, you must have been the Postmaster General.
George, he's just an old friend. Say, he wants to see us while he's in town.
Well, I was putting my foot down. You ain't seeing that man, or my name ain't Wet Blanket Stevens.
Now, George, it won't hurt us to entertain him while he's in town.
Nothing doing. You entertained him enough 24 years ago.
Why, George Stevens, you're jealous.
So I'm jealous. If that back porch Romeo come around here, I'll bunch him right in the nose, too.
Oh, George, we was never that serious. Now, come on and calm down.
Calm down nothing. I ain't having him come around here violating the sanctity of my home.
Oh, George, he's so nice, and he's been so successful in business.
I don't care. I'll tear him limb from limb.
And he's always been so generous with his money.
I'll take him and Well, don't just stand there, woman. Get him on the phone and get him up here for dinner.
Oh, George, I thought you never wanted to see him again. I thought you were so jealous.
Well, I didn't like the idea of you smooching with the boy, but I gotta admire you, honey.
You do?
Yeah, at least you had the good taste to smooch with a man with money. Yeah. Well, Andy, come on in, boy. Theodore Thomas ain't here yet. You was the first dinner guest to arrive.
Yeah. Well, tell me, Kingfish, what is the reason for this fancy dinner and everything?
Well, Andy, I told you this Thomas fella is loaded with money, and he is noted for his generosity.
Oh, he is, huh?
Oh, yeah, I tell you, Andy,
George, me and Mama's all dressed. How do we look?
Yeah. How do you like our evening gown?
Turn around. Let us look you over.
Say, Kingfish, what is it, Andy? With your mama in that backless evening gown, I just noticed something.
What?
That old gal is ugly clear down to the third vertebrae.
Nothing. We just told you.
Sapphire, I wonder if Theodore Thomas will think you has changed much. He thought you was so pretty in the old days.
Well, now that the subject has been brung up, Sapphire, I done took the big bulbs out and put 20-watt bulbs in all the lamps. But you still could exercise a little caution and stick to the shadows.
Now, look here.
Oh, Sapphire, that must be your old boyfriend, Theodore.
Oh, yeah.
Now, see here, George. He's got a lot of money, and he might give you a job or do something nice for you. But for heaven's sake, you and Andy be tactful.
Yeah, well, don't worry about us now. Wait a minute. I'll go and let him in. You all wait here.
Good evening. I'm Theodore Thomas.
Well, how you do, sir? It's a pleasure to meet a man of your generosity and credit rating.
Why, you're the man I talked to over at the lodge hall. You must be Sapphire's husband.
Yeah, that's me, all right. Wet Blanket Stevens.
Well, I mean, the things I said this afternoon, I hope I didn't offend you.
Oh, no, so. No, I broad-minded. Come on in and meet everybody. Here we are, folks. This is Theodore Thomas.
Why, Theodore, it's so good to see you after all these years.
Oh, Sapphire, it's good to see you. You haven't changed a bit. You look just as young and vivacious as you did 24 years ago.
Oh, thank you, Theodore. And you remember my mama.
Why, Mrs. Smith. I'd know you anywhere. Yes, you're still the same sweet, charming, gracious person.
Oh, Mr. Thomas.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. I don't know what this boy's been hitting, but whatever it is, I'll bet it's illegal to drink it.
Mr. Thomas, you had met my friend here before, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes. How are you?
Oh, how is you? It's a pleasure to shake your helping hand again.
Well, now that we're all happy here, suppose we tie on the feed bag. Andy, you sit down there. Mama, you sit there. Sapphire, you sit at the head of the table.
And where shall I sit?
Right here, Mr. Thomas. This place right here. With the pen and the ink, in case you want to write out a few checks between courses.
Theodore.
Well, I don't know.
Go right ahead. The stuff is expensive, but load up on it. We don't grudge you nothing around here.
This has been a delightful dinner.
No.
Such a charming family group.
No.
You know, it makes me regret, Sapphire, that you married George instead of me. I think I would have been very happy as a member of the Smith family. I wish I still had the opportunity.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, thanks. I wish there was something I could do for all you people.
Oh, I'm sure you'll think of some way to express your gratitude, even though the bank is closed.
You know, I was just thinking here, George. You say you and your friend, Mr. Brown, are, semi-retired at the moment?
Oh, yes. They done cut off our unemployment checks.
Well, I think I could use you two men in my company, now that I'm making my headquarters here in New York.
Oh, you could?
Oh, hot dog.
Yes, I could start you at $100 a week apiece. Of course, you'd be traveling salesman on the road between here and the South.
Yeah, well, I don't know about traveling, leaving Sapphire alone here in New York.
Of course, I'll be here to look after her.
Oh, you would, huh? Well,
Oh, George, $100 a week. Oh, ain't that wonderful, George?
What do you think, Andy?
Well, Kingfish, there's only one thing to do. Put the big bulbs back in the lamp and get out of town.
Yeah.
Now, listen to a lady and our Rexall family druggist.
I've got such a cold in my nose, I don't know what to do.
Why, ma'am, all you need to do is use Rexall nasothricin.
Nasothricin? What's that?
Rexall's marvelous new nose drops. The antibiotic nose drops that give you two-way relief.
Which two ways?
Well, nasothricin quickly reduces nasal congestion, opens up a stuffy nose, so to speak. And because it contains antibiotic tyrothricin, it also inhibits many of the bacteria that contribute to the discomfort of a head cold. Believe me, that adds up to a wonderful two-way relief.
Then give me that name again, quick.
Nasothricin, Rexall's antibiotic nose drops. Ask for it at Rexall drug stores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Well, Andy, just being a traveling salesman away from home ain't bad, is it?
No, sir, Kingfish. And this Charlotte, North Carolina here, this is really a nice town, ain't it?
Yeah, funny thing. We've been on the road here for 10 days, and I ain't heard nothing from Sapphire. Usually when I was away, I get 2 or 3 nasty letters from the old gal.
You know, I was just thinking, Kingfish. You know Sapphire up there in New York and that Theodore Thomas there. You don't think there's any handshaking going on the back porch, do you?
Oh, no, Andy. All that stuff was before we was married.
Yeah, I guess you're right. What you got there, boy?
Well, I dropped by the newsstand in the library of the hotel here and picked up a couple of Lenox Avenue newspapers. I want to keep up with what's going on back in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I always like to read the society news. I see here the Peisters had another big party for the 400. Just think, Andy, Mr. DePeister was nothing till he got that garbage collecting contract from the city.
Yeah, that's right. Swill put that man right where he is today.
Yeah, they're funny. Say, wait a minute, here. What is this?
What's the matter?
Look at this picture here, Andy. There's Sapphire and her mama.
Yeah. And it looks like there's in a nightclub with that Theodore Thomas, too.
Yeah, look at the caption there. It says, Lenox Avenue's latest romance. Pictured above is Sapphire Stevens with Theodore Thomas, wealthy manufacturer. Accompanied by her mother. Friends expect an elopement any moment.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. That's why he done got you out of town.
Yeah, Andy, you was right. Yeah, he say he wished that he could get in the family, and getting me out of town was the opportunity he been talking about.
Holy smoke, Kingfish. This is terrible. And us way down here in North Carolina. What you going to do?
Well, I tell you, I got to do something, Andy. Look at that two-timing Sapphire there. I know she must be enjoying herself because she's grinning back to her third molar there. Look at that, the one with the enamel fell off of. See that?
Well, Kingfish, you has got to act fast. The papers say that the elopement may happen any minute.
Andy, there's only one thing to do. I'll have the girl at the switchboard put in a call to Algonquin J. Calhoun in New York, and maybe I can get him to put a restraining order on my wife.
Yeah, that's the stuff. Call Calhoun. That's the thing to do, all right.
I'll say. Look at the food on her plate there. That Theodore really means business. He done opened his campaign with a T-bone. Look at that. Oh, me, Andy. I done had the hotel operator put the call through to Calhoun an hour ago. She said the lines out of Charlotte was all busy, and she'd call me back when they was clear. I tell you, Andy, hello?
Mr. Stevens, this is the hotel operator. We're ready on your New York call.
Well, put her through.
Hello? Hello? Algonquin J. Calhoun speaking.
Oh, Mr. Calhoun, this is Charlotte calling.
I think you got the wrong number. I don't know no gal named Charlotte. Who is this?
This is Charlotte, North Carolina.
What's that?
Carolina.
Oh, hiya, Carolina. What happened to Charlotte?
Hello.
Who's this?
This is the Kingfish down here in the south.
Oh, what them two gals doing with you?
Calhoun, I ain't with no two gals. I was here with Andy.
Oh, just Andy.
Hello, is this Mr. Calhoun?
Oh, hi, Andy. Hey, what happened to your voice?
Hello.
Hello.
Calhoun, that wasn't Andy. That was the hotel operator.
Man, you really got a room full of women down.
Calhoun, look here. I is in terrible trouble, and I don't know what to do.
That's easy. Just don't let Carolina find out about Charlotte.
Oh, no, Calhoun, look here. I just found out that my wife is planning on eloping up there in New York with an old boyfriend by the name of Theodore Thomas.
Oh. Well, what you want me to do, Kingfish?
Well, now, look, me and Andy is leaving for New York tonight.
Yeah.
But we afraid they're liable to elope before we get there.
Yeah.
I want you to bust the thing up.
Well, now, how I gonna do that?
Well, I don't know, but you got to act fair. Have him thrown in jail for wife stealing or something. Any kind of trumped-up charge.
Well, I'll do my best, Kingfish.
Fine. I was leaving Charlotte tonight.
Well, yeah, that's a smart thing to do. All this wife trouble, you better leave Carolina down there, too.
Yeah, Amos, me and the Kingfish got into town this morning. He's up at his apartment now.
Yeah, well, Andy, I just can't believe all this nonsense about the Kingfish thinking Sapphire is going to elope with her old boyfriend, Theodore Thomas.
Oh, it's legitimate, all right. He said he wanted to get in the family, and then he sent me and the Kingfish out of town so he could have a clear field.
Yeah, well, I still can't believe that about Sapphire. What's this you told me Calhoun did to bust the thing up?
Oh, yeah. He done swore out a warrant and had Mr. Thomas thrown in jail for wife stealing. Yeah, and it serves that two-timer right, too.
Well, I don't know. That seems like a terrible thing to do to the man.
Well, the Kingfish had to act fast. If Sapphire had married that other fella, it would have made the Kingfish a bigger mistake.
George Stevens, this is a terrible thing you've done, having Mr. Thomas thrown in jail.
Yeah, well, you wasn't fooling me. I knowed what was going on.
George, he got out an hour ago, and he's so mad. He said he'll never speak to none of us again. And he was so rich and could have done so much for us.
Well, I don't care. I wasn't going to lose you, Sapphire. I wasn't going to take no chances on you eloping with that fella.
Me eloping? What is you talking
That's
about?
my wires to you. I see that picture in the newspaper, and I heard all the talk about him wanting to get into the family.
Certainly he wanted to get in the family, you big boob, and while you was away, he proposed to Mama. They was going to be married next Saturday.
Oh, no!
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox with 3 good reasons why you should always buy Rexall aspirin. First, there's no faster-acting aspirin made. Second, every tablet of Rexall aspirin contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. Third, in a 100-tablet bottle, Rexall aspirin costs barely more than half a cent per tablet. So never ask for just aspirin. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The friendly stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, be kind enough to say Amos and Andy sent you. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
It's the bargain of the year, the Luxury Electric Blanket. A $34.95 value, only $19.95. All through November at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Why, that's $15 off.
Correct. $15 off on a fully guaranteed double bed size electric blanket with automatic control that compensates for changing room temperatures.
Imagine $15 off on a Luxury electric blanket.
All through November at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Elvia Ullman, Gail Gordon, Lou Merrill, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Shortly after breakfast this morning, Gracie disappeared into the kitchen. After more than an hour had passed, George went in and found her almost completely buried in a shambles of pots and pans.
Gracie, what in the world are you making?
Some homemade pastry for the girls. Lance Morton and Clara Bagley are coming over for our weekly card game.
I thought there were 4 of you. What happened to Hazel Hopkins?
Oh, she's still in the group, but each week one of the girls stay home.
Why's that?
Well, it gives the other 3 more to talk about.
Well, that's a nice, friendly arrangement. Why are you going to so much trouble?
Well, the last time I served a homemade cake, the girls accused me of buying it from a bakery.
But you didn't.
No, I bought it from a grocery store.
It was mean of them to doubt you.
Well, the girls like to tease me because they're all so good at baking. They even have things ended up now at the county fair. But when they get here today, they're in for a surprise.
Something really fancy will come out of this kitchen, huh?
Yeah, but it won't come out until I've baked the cake.
Would you mind telling me what you're making? You seem to have used up every pot and pan in the house.
Well, I had a few failures. First, I tried a butterscotch cake, but it was no good.
What was wrong with it?
Well, I don't know. I used plenty of butter and a bottle of your best scotch.
You didn't?
I did.
You did, huh?
Then I tried to make a chocolate pudding. I mixed milk and chocolate in a pan, put it on the fire, and went away for 20 minutes. When I came back, it had burned.
Why did you go away for 20 minutes?
Well, those were the instructions. It said, put it on the fire and beat it for 20 minutes.
Gracie.
Then I tried to make a jelly roll. Oh, which reminds me, dear, be careful where you walk.
What do you mean?
You can't roll jelly. Reds all over the floor.
Yes. The jelly just won't roll. Now I know why housewives are forming Don't Be a Gracie clubs for home safety.
What do you mean?
Jelly on the floor is dangerous. You might slip and fall right on your head.
Oh, I see what you mean. I might knock myself unconscious.
It's a little too late for that. Nothing. Why don't you give up the idea of making anything?
Oh, I'm on the right track now. A simple recipe that's sure to be good. I'm mixing it up in this big bowl.
For Pete's sake, what's in that stuff?
A pound of flour, a pound of sugar, a pound of butter, and a pound of baking soda.
And that's going to be a pound cake, Look, honey, this is National Donut Week. Why don't you serve Mayflower donuts?
Oh, I can't make Mayflower donuts. I bought this flour in April.
The Mayflower is the donut shop.
Oh, well, I promised the girls something homemade, and I've got to deliver.
Well, if it means so much to you, maybe I can help.
You can? How?
Well, I never told you before, but I'm pretty good at baking something. My mother used to make them, and I sold them, and she taught me how to make them.
Oh, taught you how to make what?
Well, never mind. Just run along and leave it to me.
Well, Judge, I want to know.
Well, if I tell you, you've got to promise to hold your tongue.
That slippery thing?
I mean, you've got to promise not to tell anybody.
Oh, I promise. Now, what can you make?
I can make...
Yeah?
Gosh, I feel silly.
Oh, come on, Judge. What is it?
Lady fingers.
Oh, darling, I think that's sweet.
Now, don't you breathe this to a soul.
Well, why not? I think it's wonderful.
Gracie, if this gets around, people will kid the pants off me.
Well, what do you care? You'll be wearing an apron.
See that you keep it quiet. I don't want the whole town making fun of me.
Well, what's funny about a man making lady fingers? I think it's nice and sweet and...
Now cut that out.
I'm serious, darling. I'm proud to have a husband who could...
One more snicker out of you and I won't raise a finger.
Oh, you raised them. I thought you baked them.
Never mind. Just remember this. If you tell anybody that I made lady fingers, I'm leaving home.
Oh, all right, dear. I won't tell.
Oh, Gracie, before we go, could I have another one of those delicious lady fingers?
Me too, Gracie. They're divine. Well, I'm glad you like them, girls. They're homemade.
Really? Mm-hmm. Where did you get such a talent for making lady fingers?
I met them in vaudeville.
What?
Oh, that is the person who taught me.
Oh, I've never tasted anything so light and fluffy. Do you have some special way of folding in the eggs?
No, just fry them good and hard first.
Fry them?
Well, it's very hard to fold a raw egg. You can't get the corners neat.
Oh, you sly rascal. You're not giving away any secrets, are you?
Oh, I hope not.
Say, Gracie, I'm going out to the county fair to enter my angel food cake. Why don't you let me enter these lady fingers, too?
Oh, sure, Gracie. A person who can make lady fingers like these deserves publicity.
Oh, no, Blanche, no. George wouldn't like it.
Does he have to stick his big nose in the cooking?
No, he usually does it with a spoon.
Oh, go ahead and enter them, Gracie.
No, I'm sure George wouldn't approve.
Well, we'll be running along then. I've got to drive downtown and pick up my husband.
Oh, still can't hold his liquor, huh?
No. Come along, Clara. See you again, Gracie.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Goodbye, girl.
Blanche?
Yeah, Clara?
While Gracie wasn't looking, I wrapped these lady fingers in a napkin. I'm going to enter them at the fair in spite of George.
Good. It burns me up the way he doesn't want Gracie to have any publicity. He takes all the credit. All the cash, too.
I wonder why Gracie ever married him.
Maybe low foreheads were in style then. See you later,
Oh, George, your lady fingers were a sensation. The girls adored them.
You didn't spill the beans, did you?
I didn't serve any, just lady fingers.
You didn't tell the girls that I made them.
Oh, no, of course not.
Good. I do have a reputation in show business. I don't want people laughing at me.
Oh, well, don't you worry, darling. People never laughed at you, and they're not going to start now.
That makes me feel better. Come in. Howdy, little lady. Howdy, little man.
Why, Mr. Judson, come right in.
Well, the fabulous Texan. What brings you to California, Tex?
A business trip, little man. A fellow named Howard Hughes is dickering to buy a little piece of my Texas ranch.
Oh, have you closed the deal?
Not yet, no. I can't decide whether to sell him New Mexico or Arizona.
Fair-sized ranch this kid's got.
Anyhow, while I'm here, I'd admire to mix a little pleasure with business, so I dropped by to see if you folks would join me in a visit to your county fair. Or, as we call it down home, the County Wonderful.
You call it the Wonderful?
Well, anything that's fair in the rest of the country is wonderful in Texas.
I should have known.
Well, it sounds like fun, Mr. Judson. They have some amazing things at the fair.
Yeah. I hear tell they got a hog that weighs 1,000 pounds. I sure do want to see that.
You haven't got anything like that in Texas, huh?
No, sir, not that small. No, we feed them so's they'll grow.
I see, yeah.
Why, 3 times a day I fill my pen with garbage.
Really? George fills his pen with ink.
He's talking about a pig pen.
Oh, go on. Pigs can't write.
They probably can in Texas. Mr. Judson, I'm surprised you let those prize hogs of yours eat garbage.
This is Texas garbage.
Oh, the good stuff. Tell myself. Well, let's get out to the fair.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see that little midget hog.
The small one, yeah.
Yeah. Someday I want you folks to see the big fat boy I got down home.
Oh, we'd love to, Mr. Judson, but that's no way to talk about your wife.
That's no way to talk about... Yeah? Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. Let's go to the fair.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Your attention, please. Here are the winners of the pastry making competition.
Oh, let's listen. I'll bet Clara Bagley won for her angel food cake.
First prize goes to Mrs. George Burns for her ladyfingers.
What? Oh, my goodness. Oh, there's been a mistake. Excuse me a minute, boys. Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but I can't accept the prize.
Well, don't you want the blue ribbon?
It isn't fair to give me the prize for something my husband baked, so just take me out of the contest.
As you wish, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you.
Correction, ladies and gentlemen. First prize in the pastry division does not go to Mrs. George Burns.
Ah, that's better.
The prize-winning ladyfingers were baked by Mr. George Burns. Is Mr. Burns in the crowd?
Yeah, here he is. Here.
Step right up, Mr. Burns. I want everyone to meet the 1949 King of the Ladyfingers.
I wish I were dead.
This is the season for April showers, but when they come your way, don't let them dampen your spirits. Just remember that rain or shine, the day's sure to look brighter when your breakfast starts with a fragrant, cheering cup of truly good coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Why this great preference for Maxwell House? The answer, of course, is flavor. Heartwarming, good to the last drop flavor that only Maxwell House coffee gives you. And there's just one way to create this superb flavor. It's the blending of many choice coffees. Premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts select with utmost care and skill. First, they choose Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next, Medellins are added for richness. Other fine coffees contribute vigor. And Bucaramangas round out the fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing is mighty important, for air steals the flavor of coffee in ordinary packages. But Maxwell House is carefully vacuum packed, so it comes to you just as fresh and fragrant as the very hour it was roasted.
Friends, why be satisfied with anything but the best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, it is now the day after George's Ladyfingers won the blue ribbon at the county fair, and we find him hiding at home, a haunted, crushed, and broken man.
King of the Ladyfingers. I'll never live this down. The whole town's laughing at me.
Oh, please, George. I can't bear the hurt look in those big, soft, brown eyes. Like a cow who's been milked with chopped hands.
I promised you wouldn't tell anyone.
Oh, all right. I admit I made a mistake, darling. For the first time in my life, I did something silly.
Everybody knows about my Ladyfingers. When I got on the bus this morning, 4 men got up and offered me their seats.
Well, they were just being smart, Alex. 2 men would have left plenty of space for you to sit down.
I got so mad, I dared them to step off the bus at the first corner.
Did they do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. I rode on and left them standing there. Then I made a mistake of stopping at the Flyers Club. They murdered me.
Oh, put it, the Friars. They're just jealous.
Jealous?
Oh, sure. All they can do is fry. You can bake.
What a beating I took. Groucho, Harpo, and Chico made me an honorary Marx brother. Sweeto.
Oh, those seats. Come in.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Toby.
Hiya, Toby.
Well, if it isn't the Ladyfinger champion.
Now look,
I
Toby.
expected to find you in the kitchen greasing your pan.
Toby, he's too upset even to shave it.
George, I just dropped by to show you today's paper. There's a picture of you right here with your Ladyfinger recipe.
This publicity will kill me. Big Gary won't even want me back.
No, you're wrong, George. It's great for you. Why, I happen to know you're going to get a big offer from NBC.
I'm on NBC.
I'm at the National Biscuit Company.
I think I'll join the French Foreign Legion.
Oh, can't you say something that'll cheer him up, Toby? He's terribly low.
Oh, cheer up, George. People will soon forget this. It won't last long.
People won't forget this if I live to be 100.
That's what I say. It won't last long.
Out. Now. You see what you've done? My picture in the paper. I'm disgraced forever.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
And I can't blame people for laughing. It is ridiculous for a man to make lady fingers.
Oh, there's how I can help. I'll call the newspaper and tell them that you're really a woman.
Gracie.
I'll say there was a mix-up at the wedding, and I married the matron of honor.
Gracie, put down that phone.
No good, huh?
Awful.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Blanche.
Don't get jealous, but I came over to talk to your husband. I thought we might swap some recipes.
Kicking a man when he's down.
Well, he's awfully upset, Blanche. Please don't mention cooking.
Well, I just thought I'd give him a rib.
No use. He won't cook it.
Harry sent this present over for George.
Oh, how sweet. I'll open it, dear. Oh, look. A pair of shorts with lace on them.
Yeah. He said since George was cooking now, he could use a fancy pot holder.
You tell your moronic husband that I don't need shorts with lace on them.
That's right, Blanche. She's got a dozen pairs.
I haven't worn them since our honeymoon.
Oh, yes, I remember now. He didn't like them. The lace kept tickling his ankles. What's in that other package, Blanche?
Well, this is the day they have the needlework competition at the fair, and I'm entering these crochet doilies.
Oh, I hope you win.
I've got a good chance, unless George enters some.
You better leave before I forget you're a woman. If that's what you are.
Of course she's a woman. If you saw her in a bathing suit, you'd know it. She's got the name Blanche embroidered on it.
There's another way to tell I'm a woman. I make lady fingers.
All right, Blanche, I warned you. Now you're going out this door.
Let go of me.
Oh, George, you hurt Blanche.
Get your hands off of me.
I said out, and I mean out.
You leave me alone. Oh, let him back in, Blanche, huh? George, what are you doing with your old vaudeville trunk?
Packing it. I'm going to get out of town and do a single act. Until this thing blows over.
Oh. But, George, you don't want to do your vaudeville act alone again.
I did pretty well. Remember the long run I had in Altoona?
Yeah, the manager chased you clear to the depot.
Now help me pack. Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Hi, Ladyfingers.
Bill, I'm warning you. I've had all the kidding I can stand.
Oh, yes, Bill. He's so mad now he's leaving home.
What's he gonna do, open up Mother Burns' Ladyfinger Lounge?
I'm going back into vaudeville. I did it once, and I can do it again.
But, George, you're not as strong as you used to be.
That's right, George. You can't turn back the clock.
Oh, he can hardly wind his watch.
You better stay in the kitchen, Muffinhead.
I warned you, Bill. Stop kidding me.
Now, don't stamp your foot, honey. If you got a cake in the oven, it'll fall.
There's no cake in the oven.
Oh, making fudge today, huh?
Now stop that before I get sore.
What did you do, strike me with your mix master?
All right, that did it. You're fired.
Fired off the program?
You heard me. You're through.
You mean I can't talk about Maxwell House coffee anymore?
That's what I mean.
I can't tell the people that Maxwell House is rich, delicious, and mellow?
Nope.
George, you can't do this to me.
Oh, please don't cry, Bill. Maybe you can get a job at a better salary.
Salary, schmallery. Who cares about money? I just want to tell people that Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees.
Bill.
Radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
Bill.
If I can't do that, I'll just die. Please don't fire me, George. Please, please.
Okay, you're hired again.
Please let me keep on saying that Maxwell House is America's favorite brand of coffee.
You can. I hired you back.
Please, I've just got to say that it's good to the last drop.
You're hired. I'll even give you a raise, Bill.
I just don't want to go on living if I have to forget those Medellins, those Monazalas, and those wonderful, flavorful little Bucaramangas.
Bill, you can stop. I hired you back.
Yeah, I know you did.
Then why did you keep on talking about Maxwell House coffee?
I'm still plugging for that summer replacement.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I thought you'd catch on, Ladyfingers.
Bill, I told you never to mention Ladyfingers again.
Now, George, you should be proud of what you baked. After all, it's the first dough you ever made without Gracie.
Goodbye, replacement.
Goodbye, Uncle Jemima.
From now on, I'll be kidded by everybody who sees me.
Well, not if you have a disguise. Hold still a minute.
Hey, what are you doing?
Drawing a mustache on you with my eyebrow pencil.
Hey, Gracie.
There, now nobody will recognize you.
Don't be silly.
What did you say, Sam?
Now, Lily, stop. Don't answer it. Probably just another smart aleck with some jokes.
I bet it isn't. Come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Oh, Mr. Judson.
No, not you, ma'am. I was talking to the Ladyfinger champ.
I know it. Gracie, I'm locking myself in the den, and I'm not coming out for a week.
My, he's riled up. He must be taking this mighty hard.
Oh, if only George could win a prize for making something rugged and manly. Then people would forget about the Ladyfingers.
Say, look, take this fancy belt I'm wearing and enter it under his name. I done all the leather work and made the buckle from some gold I dug out of my yard down home.
You found gold in your yard?
Yeah, it was part of an old Texas sewer pipe.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mr. Judson. Now, let's see. What can I wrap it up in?
Well, here's a package on the floor. You can use some of this paper.
All right. Oh, my goodness. These are Blanche Morton's crochet doilies. She must have brought them. Well, while I'm at the fair, I'll enter them for her.
Yeah. And your husband is bound to get a prize for this belt. You won't find a prettier one if you look until Oklahoma freezes over.
I'll get George, and we'll go right to the fair. Thank you for the bell.
I'm glad to lend you a hand.
Oh, you better not. You'll need both of them to hold up your pants.
I'll need them both to hold. Oh, it's too hot to do that again.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, George, this may be the announcement that'll make you the proudest man alive.
Your attention, please.
What did you enter for me?
Well, you'll find out.
In the handicraft division, first prize goes for a hand-tooled leather belt.
Yeah, I knew it.
Entered by Mrs. Blanche Morton.
Uh-oh. Let's go home, dear.
In the needlecraft division, first prize for crochet doilies goes to that remarkably versatile man, Mr. George Burke.
That's why. Come on.
You entered doilies for me?
I got the packages mixed up. George, where are you going?
I'm going over to the shooting gallery. Put a gun to my head and start shooting.
Oh, no, George. After what I've done to you today, I don't deserve a Cupid doll.
Friends, what do you expect of the future? Financial security? Home of your own? Good education for the children? All right, choose the future you want and start buying it now through the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. For every $3 you invest in these bonds today, you get back $4 10 years from now. So buy United States savings bonds regularly where you work. Or if you prefer, buy them through your bank. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving.
Good night, folks.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pump, and it's good to the very last, you know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what?
Until next Thursday when our guest will be Bill Boyd, the Scream's Hopalong Cassidy. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The dictionary calls the shots on this quiz show. It's Noah Webster Says, with genial Haven McQuarrie as MC. Stay tuned on NBC.